We got interview with the sister. The sister said that he was in a group. There's a lot to it. So tomorrow at noon, we're going to be going over that. We're going to go over the latest in the Guthrie case and the latest with Lynette Hooker. So that's going to be Monday updates. J for Justice every Monday. Today, though, we're introducing ourselves to Megan. I've seen Megan be reviewed. I've seen Megan in action in several places, but I've never actually reviewed Megan myself because I thought she was boring. We do need a Megan. Beggin' Megan. Began Megan. Your little suburban veggie garden is on fleek. I love it. Yes, every Monday at noon is going to be a set thing. Monday weekend updates. I love that because a lot of shit goes down over the weekend that is crazy, and we had a lot of craziness this weekend. It was like
psychopathy.
Woo! Ashley is doing a members only. Yep, I was watching it. Megan lectures a lot. Okay, so Megan, this is all I know about Megan. Okay, I know a lot of other people have reviewed her, but for me, this is new. Oh, you planted flowers this week? I'm telling you, I'm all into it.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house.
Yeah. You have to show her reading her version of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas on Mormon Stories. I think I've seen that. But at any rate, I have never reviewed her because I thought she was boring. I thought she was kind of, I don't know, not even really worth the attention. Kind of like the other person who's crying out for attention on YouTube that I'm not going to touch. But anyways, I thought she'd be worth digging into because, you know, we can't forget that she was the one videoing Christina at CrimeCon. I haven't forgotten Megan. So her name is Megan Connor. Cindy Lou Who says, I've never heard of her. Never heard of her. She's Lori Vallow Daybell's cousin. Okay. She has claim to fame from the murders. Save All the Frogs. What's up? Hey, Carolina Hurtado. Hey, Mystic. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a bit. I'm new. I only heard of her when Jolene roasted her. I just took some no-dos. I'm ready. You know, I felt that she was insignificant too. Until I heard she was the one videoing. She admitted it. She admitted it on Web Sleuths. That she was videoing and Joe Schmo was the one doing the still shots. Mm-hmm. So that's her. Hey, Flobo. Hello, my love. She's very full of herself. She's, I guess, no longer Mormon. She doesn't like Lori Vallow Daybell. But I guess this was her claim to fame because Lauren had her on, and that's what we're going to review today. This will be, now check this out. I thought this was interesting. And I don't know where Kresha is. I thought Kresha was going live tonight. If she goes live, we're going to transfer over to her. So let me know if Kresha comes into the chat. She shared a room with Trisha at CrimeCon. I didn't know that. Susan, good to see you. Hello, Betsy. She said I came for the music. So this was April 24th, 2023. Wow, almost 3 years to the day. And it says, find Megan's book here. thirdverseinvestments.com. What's that mean? Investments. Let's click it. Oh, there's no such website, Megan. What happened in 3 years? What happened to Third Verse Investments? You're blocked on my main channel? I'll check it out, QE. Thirdverseinvestments.com. Okay. Well, MLM? What is that? Yes, she's a life coach now, I guess. Okay, so let's get into it. This is the first thing. Yeah, investments. She did share a room with her, and Trisha gave her a free ticket to go. That Beth B bought for her. I mean, Trisha bought for her. Yeah, third verse investments. Can we Google it real quick? Let's do it. Third verse investments. Utah. Let's just put Utah. There is no specific entity. Third verse investments operating in Utah. I wonder what that was. Third verse investments.
Is someone really important?
Oh, it's dramatic intro. I did not know that. Okay, you guys ready? You ready? I got my violin ready for Megan and Woolwin. You ready?
Good, Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to the Nazis?
Oh, she doesn't live in Utah? Flannel? Here we go.
Megan is someone really important when it comes to the Lori Vallow Daybell case and trial happening right now in Boise, Idaho. She is the first relative that's not Lori's immediate family to come forward to share her experience growing up with Lori Vallow. Megan is Lori Vallow's cousin, and we are so glad to have you here with us. We know that this is a really big deal for you, Megan.
Can we go back to the photos for a minute? Okay, so let's take a look at this. We're gonna look at these photos. Why is she always so red too? When Jolene reviewed her face was so red. Oh yes, thank you, Flo. If you haven't hit the like button, now's a good time to do so. I'm terrible at that. That's all I ask is for you to hit the like button. I don't ask anything more than that. Just hit the like. Colette, welcome back to Current Day. Hi, Carolyn. You guys really seriously hit the like, share this out. It'll get it out in the algorithm. So here we have Megan right here on the far right in her wedding dress. This must be, I don't know, one of her friends or something. This is Lori Daybell, Vallow Daybell. This is Summer, Lori's sister. But then if we go back here, there's Lori and Alex. Thank you so much, Flo, for dropping 5 cooter ships on us.
Thank you for your support.
Welcome in, Janice, HMS, Cindy Lou Hoops. Save the frogs and the crow. Come on in. I know you guys are saying Texas. Third verse investments, Texas. I thought she was still in Utah. There's nothing. I'll have to do some more digging on that offline because nothing's coming up. We are family. Megan lives in San Antonio. Hey, lobsters. So there's Alex Cox, the stand-up comedian, and Lori. I don't know who this is, though. Anyways, all right, let's go back to Redface.
To have you here with us. We know that this is a really big deal for you, Megan, also coming forward, that this is something you've been contemplating for a very long time.
She has?
So thank you from...
So thank you. Thank you. What is up with her filter, dude? Lauren, where's your hair? You guys, her filter is so thick that look at a chunk of her hair is missing. She either never lived in Utah or didn't live there for very long in childhood. Oh. Why is her hair missing?
Us at Hidden True Crime for trusting us with your story.
Someone
First
took a
off,
bite
Megan,
out of her
why
hair.
don't you share with us how you are related to the Cox family, to Lori Vallow, and your relationship with her growing up?
So my dad is one of Janice's younger brothers. And so Lori and I are first cousins. Janice and Barry are my aunt and uncle. And we were relatively close growing up. We spent a lot of time in the summers together. And Lori is the closest in age to me of the cousin group. There were 21 of us total cousins. And so when we would spend time together, it was Lori and I that would hang out together. And then when we got a little older to be teenagers, Summer joined us as well. She's just a little bit younger than me. So it's kind of the three of us together. And we spent a lot of time together in the summers. And then I lived with Lori for a short time when I first moved to Texas. And after that, when Janice and Barry lived in San Antonio.
Oh, so Lori's family also lived in San Antonio as well? I thought they always lived in Utah, and Summer is so pretty. She really is so pretty. This is Megan right here in the middle? That doesn't even look like Megan. Who's this kid, I wonder?
We did a lot of family events together.
I'm so nosy.
For many years while they were still living here.
Cousins, you grew up together, you were close. You were close. And it sounds like, Janice's family is close also. Is Janice still in touch with your dad, brother? Are they still close today?
No. I think definitely some of the circumstances surrounding Lori's case and everything have definitely polarized our family into people who believe and support.
And Hawaii too, right, Steph?
Those who don't. I haven't spoken to most of that part of the family for quite some time. And there are some other family dynamics that are just really unhealthy and have made it really impossible for us to stay in touch.
Okay. And when you say support Lori with all she's done,
hey, Nick,
nobody's supporting her due to the crimes, are they? Or do you
Utah?
Well, the trial or
not right now, but when all of this first started happening, and when Charles was killed, there was almost an immediate polarization of those who believed that it was self-defense and those who did not. And so that's kind of what I'm talking about, is that created this schism in our family. And there were very few of us who were on the side of believing that it was not self-defense.
Seriously, McGraw took a bite out of her head. Look at that. Girl. Cut the filters. My goodness gracious. She's staring in my soul.
And it definitely created a rift where it was almost not there. It was unproductive to have a conversation with anybody who is on the opposite side of you.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. That makes, I can't imagine. So just the moment Charles was killed, there was a polarization, a family rift, sides being taken, in other words.
She said there was a schism in her family. What does that mean? What's a schism?
That'd be a loaded question right now, but why are you choosing to do this interview?
Well, I have stayed as much as I could away from all of the media coverage and everything. It's been pretty impossible to do that, but I've tried to keep myself isolated and have good boundaries around that, because it just hasn't been good for my mental health. It's been really taxing, and I feel like it prolongs the grieving process. And so I have tried really hard not to get embroiled in it. But every once in a while, I will get texts from family members, and I especially will get texts from...
Is this before she started her YouTube? Do you guys know?
From friends of mine who know that I'm related to Lori, asking me if I've seen this or that interview. And a short time ago, I got a couple of texts from a family member who sent me some links to some of the interviews. And there was one in particular that really stuck out to me. It was the interview between Summer and the prosecutor, Rob Wood, I think it was.
And that was a conversation. That they were talking back and forth, and it was recorded, I believe, by Summer's attorney. Yes.
Right. And in that conversation, the prosecutor was saying things like that he believed that Lori had been duped, and he really didn't believe that there was malicious intent and things like that. I don't remember exactly. I just remember thinking to myself, this is wrong. This is not right. There's no way that somebody could have manipulated Lori to that extent, because she was the manipulator. She was.
What prosecutor said Lori was duped? I'm sorry, I don't remember that. I don't remember that being a key factor in her being charged with her kid's murder. What prosecutor said Lori was duped? Because I don't recall that. A prosecutor? Why does she act like she's not related to Alex or Tylee? I don't know, but I'd like to know what prosecutor said that Lori Vallow was duped. I've never heard that.
The one who was always in control and in charge. And thinking about the Cox family structure with Barry as definitely the patriarch of the family, there was always sort of this undercurrent of Lori getting what she wanted. And I think probably Barry would disagree with this, but I think that there was a lot that Lori did to control the family system as well.
Okay. Thank you. She was in charge, in other words, whether people could see it or not. No.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of behind the scenes.
Summer secretly recorded Rob Wood and he almost got kicked off the case for it. Oh, what did he say? Janice, give me the tea. What is with these prosecutors?
What?
I know I had to speed her up or I lose her. I can't even focus on what she's saying. In her comments on our last video, someone said that we are all jealous and dysfunctional. Oh my goodness. Okay, Colette. That is... He says something about Mark Means to Summer?
Manipulation, suggestion, and if everybody keeps Lori happy, then everything will go smoothly, and you know, when she's unhappy, it disrupts everything.
Oh.
And so it's like almost easier to placate her, do what she wants, than it is to deal with the fallout of her not getting what she wants.
So then take me back then to, I don't know whether this is childhood or growing up or teenagehood. Take me back to maybe explaining a little bit about what you saw in this family system or in this family growing up. And if that includes your family or they're separate.
Yeah, so in my family of origin, my mom's side of the family is very straight-laced, very traditional Mormon, very strictly adhering to, you know, the Mormon lifestyle, the Mormon culture. And in Janice and Barry's family, we always perceived them to be like, they were like the fun family. They were the Disneyland family, you know, and they had a pool, they had money. We'd go to visit them in California and we'd go to the beach and we'd go to Disneyland and, you know, things like that. So it was, as a young child growing up, it was like that was the place we wanted to be. Those were the cousins we wanted to be with. And we wanted to hang out there as much as possible. But as a teenager, it started to.
How did I not know about all these happenings? I had no idea that Rob Wood had a hearing. I had no idea that Summer recorded him. I had no idea that he was sued by Brandon. Ugh.
To become pretty apparent.
And look at Lauren, just loves this. I've got Lori's cousin. This is Lori's cousin.
That things were not healthy and safe in that family. And I say that now with a lot of perspective. Back then as a teenager, I thought it was normal. There was, you know, almost everything about my family growing up was not healthy emotionally, but it was all I knew. And so I didn't really know, I didn't know a lot of these things were unhealthy, but I do remember visiting the Coxes as a 13-year-old and observing for the first time what I felt to be like, this is very strange. This is not normal. But I didn't really have a frame of reference to put that in and to understand why it wasn't normal. I just knew it didn't feel right.
Do you remember what that was? Can you take us back to that experience?
Yeah, it was, you know, we as a family, my family would go, and we lived in South Dakota at the time, and we would travel to Utah, visit my mom's family for a week, and then we'd go stay for 2 weeks in California and then go back. So during that 2-week period, we would stay, you know, with various people, and it ended up that my older brother and I stayed with the Coxes.
So so she hung out with them as kids. She doesn't really know them as adults. Is that what I'm picking up what she's laying down?
My parents stayed.
Yeah, she thinks she's a victim. Yes, 100%. She's a life coach because of her trauma and her victimhood. She wants, but you know what her life coaching is? It's you paying her for her to tell you about her experiences. So you're basically paying Megan to talk like this about her own bullshit. That's not life coaching. That's trauma dumping. So you pay her to trauma dump on you. I say no. That's a scam. That's a scam.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Because she even explained it. She said, my life coaching is me sharing my experiences with you. No, we have already heard enough of your experiences on YouTube. I mean, do you know how bad it could go to have the wrong person being a quote unquote life coach? Especially the cousin of a murderer. Like, no, sit down. Sit down. We got enough frauds in this world.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Just wait to find out when she hung out with her cousins again. Oh, Lord.
With our step-grandfather who lived one street over with our younger siblings. And so it was the two of us older kids.
Oh, and she charges like $500 an hour.
And I remember having meals with them, and there was a lot of arguing that would go on. Sometimes Barry and Janice would leave the table and go away and argue and then come back. When they were arguing, there was a lot of volatility. I was not used to hearing that kind of yelling and screaming that went on. We were sitting eating dinner one night, and Janice had her plate of food, and she kept taking bites, and she would chew up the bite and then spit it back out on the plate. And I remember.
Look at Lauren. She's like, yep, I've done that before. Yep. When we have really fattening stuff, I just chew it up and I spit it out on the side of my plate. And it makes Dr. John really uncomfortable, but it keeps me with my figure.
These nuts.
Thinking that was so odd. And somebody commented on it, like, what are you doing? And I can't remember if it was my brother or one of her kids. And she said, I don't really need to swallow the food. I just need to taste it. And I just thought that was so odd. And I've thought about that so many times over the years when I think about like my own body image struggles and all that kind of stuff about, like, well, maybe I don't need to taste the food or swallow the food. Maybe I just need to taste it like Janice used to do,
Wow.
Okay, so we're talking about spitting and swallowing, right? What's up, glass evidence? Janice is related to your father. Don't tell me you're not used to yelling. Yeah, $500 an hour for her to tell you about her fucking problems.
But one thing in particular that
Hi,
really
Molly.
struck me that time, visiting that time, was that Lori and Summer and I were in the bathroom getting ready to go swimming. And getting ready was like a big deal around their house. They spent hours and hours getting ready. It was like the big deal. Do the hair, do the makeup. And
were they your pretty cousins? Were you like the ugly duckling? Oh, I had pretty cousins and they got ready and I was ugly and I was ugly duckling. I was Megan. Ugh.
Hadn't experienced that in my family of origin. It was like, we brush our hair, we go, but for them, it's like getting ready was a really big deal. So we're
Jim Cox represent. No, wait. Thank you for being here for a month, Jim. I appreciate you. Cox Design and Supply.
We're getting ready to go swimming, and we all have our swimming suits on, and Lori's sort of like primping her hair and stuff, and she looks over at me and she goes, "Oh, you need to shave your pubes." And I was like,
what the fuck? Okay, this wasn't on my bingo card. What? What is wrong with these people? We're 11 minutes into the interview. Hi, I'm Lori Vallow's ugly cousin, and she told me to shave my pubes.
Pound, 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 ding dong, pound, pound, pound.
And she looks over at me and she goes, "Oh, you need to shave your pubes."
Megan had a bush. What the fuck? Why would you admit this? What? Why would you admit this? Dude, I don't know what's wrong with these people. Never have I ever talked about this kind of stuff on YouTube ever in 8 years.
Bing bang.
Dude, that shit must have been peeking out everywhere. Oh my God.
Like crimping her hair and stuff. And she looks over at me and she goes, "Oh, you need to shave your pubes." And I was like, what? I was, 13 for the first time, not realizing that my swimsuit didn't cover.
13? 13? You guys, what is wrong with her? We're talking about pubes at 13. 12 minutes in. Talk about breaking the ice. 13?
And she looks over at me and she goes, "Oh, you need to shave your pubes." And I was like, what? I was, 13 for the first time, not realizing that my swimsuit didn't cover everything,
Right.
And she goes,
What? You just realized your swimsuit didn't cover everything? What is she talking about? Dude, these people are fucked. Don't pay her to hear her stories. You will hear stories about pubes for $500 an hour.
she goes, "We can help you with that. We can do that. It's fine. Just don't shave all of it or nobody will want."
Whoa! What is happening? Oh my God.
He's like this little pussy.
Right.
And she goes, "We can help you with that. We can do that. It's fine. Just don't shave all of it or nobody will want to fuck you."
What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at Lauren. Whoa. She said it. She's Bless Mom in Texas. Thank you for a month. Beautiful Jane chat. Gosh, these two are nuts. Jim, I don't blame you. I apologize to all the men in chat.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
I totally did not expect this. Okay. Woo. All right, here we go.
Shave your pubes. And I was like, what? I was, 13 for the first time, not realizing that my swimsuit didn't cover everything,
Right.
And she goes, "We can help you with that. We can do that. It's fine. Just don't shave all of it or nobody will want to fuck you."
She actually said that word. She said that.
Yes. And I remember just being so incredibly shocked because, first of all, I don't think I'd ever really heard that word before.
Uncomfortable sitting here.
And not only that, but all of the ramifications started spinning through my brain.
Purple.
Like, how do you know what that is? And I thought you were supposed to wait till you got
Hold
married.
on, hold on. Yeah, Patrice. Good catch. So who was she with? Alex? We can help you with that?
She goes, "We can help you with that. We can do that. It's fine. Just
We can do that. It's fine.
don't shave all of it or nobody will want to fuck you."
She actually said that word. She said that.
Yes. And I remember just being so incredibly shocked because, first of all, I don't think I'd ever really heard that word before,
Yeah.
And not only that, but all of the ramifications started spinning through my brain of like, how do you know what that is? And I thought you were supposed to wait till you got married. So have you done that already? How do you know that somebody won't want to have sex with you? How do you know that that's a component? And how does the hygiene aspect of it figure in? Like, my mind was just
Hygiene aspect? Oh my God. Oh my God, you guys.
Freak town, dude.
spinning.
I don't know what the age difference is between her and Lori. Not many years. What, maybe 5 or 6?
I had no idea what to think about that or how to frame it or anything. But the two of them, Lori and Summer, were just continuing to get ready like it was no big deal. And I was kind of just like frozen in that moment, not knowing how to frame all of that stuff. And then we just went on and went to the pool like it was no big deal.
So did they do it?
And so those kind of comments during that visit, it was the first time that I had spent overnight with them, I think, that I can remember. And it was the first time that I'd been there with their family without my parents present. And I think that was the big changing factor.
So you were 13. How old would let's give context. Lori B, and how old would Summer have been?
So Lori is about 18 months older than I am.
18 months. She's only 18 months older. Oh my God. Colette says hygiene aspect. I feel like she's leaving parts of the story out. Yeah, I think so too. Like there's another aspect, like a more than just pubes. Oh my God, DB, what's up?
And Summer is about a year younger than I am.
Okay.
So they're literally like, she's right in between Summer and Lori. Summer said she's lying and the family had hardly met her. Adam Cox said the same. Welcome to Megan's pubes.
Okay. Yeah. Like, so about 14, 12, 13, 14.
Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah. That is startling, especially for, you know, an LDS family, and Lori, we know, is really religious. Yeah. And you explained that a little bit in your LDS upbringing.
Oh,
I assume
God.
that you said you don't have sex before you're married. You're taught about the law of chastity. That is shocking to hear. Did they talk about religion in their family? Because Lori does seem to be fairly religious. Was this Barry seems to talk about religion a lot? Was this something that was discussed at the Cox household?
Yeah, I mean, Barry's favorite thing to do is to pontificate, or, you know, at least was. I haven't had a lot of contact with them in many years, but I can't imagine that aspect of his personality has changed much. His prayers were always very, very long and wordy. He loved to quote scripture all the time. He loved to sort of hold the family hostage with his pontificating about, you know, whatever religious topic he felt like talking about. And also, you know, news of the day or anything like that. He loved to have a commentary on that, and he wanted everybody.
You know, it's funny that Lauren likes putting this guy up here. It's just like her dad. Like, literally, that could be a carbon copy of her dad. Man of the year. Sold over $1 million. Specializes in estate planning and business insurance with emphasis on tax savings. That's Lori's dad.
What his opinion was, and that it was rooted in scriptural doctrine. And he was just very adamant about using scripture to talk about his opinions on everything.
Okay.
So, of course, they bring up a picture with Tylee and Barry and Janice.
So there is sort of this contradiction going on already at a young age. This sort of a household that's very sexual with children while also...
BTW, I don't like where Barry's hand is on Tylee either.
Religious.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was...
Bloom, oh my God, yeah, I just mentioned that. You said it or you typed it as I said it. Yeah, wasn't this, didn't she claim to be trafficked? Oh my God, DB, I know. Because that's what their freaking shit's based on.
It was shocking to me, mainly from the standpoint that my parents never talked about sex, like not ever. I don't think I remember ever hearing them say the word sex until I was an adult. And it was always, I think my parents really left it up to the church leaders to make sure that we knew what we were supposed to do and not do. But in the Cox household, it was like a very frequent topic of conversation about what's appropriate and what's not appropriate from the standpoint of like what the doctrine teaches. But then it seemed to be very contradictory to what they actually said and did. So the kids were very open about telling me and my brother that after church on Sunday, his parents would just go take a nap. And that meant they were going to go have sex. And the kids would talk about it, about how vocal they were or about, you know, what they thought was going on. And that was very foreign to me. It was something that I had no frame of reference for whatsoever. And they would talk about which of their friends were having sex and, you know, what kids in the church were having sex and all that kind of stuff. So it was really overwhelming for me to hear all of that as a 13, 14-year-old kid.
Hmm? Yeah. So you were the same age. So this was staying there that year for 2 weeks with the Cox family in California. What else? Do you have any other stories from that moment or that time?
Not that particular time, but there were two more times that my brother and I went to visit the Coxes without our parents. And one of those times, Janice and Barry were away they were either in Hawaii or Las Vegas. I don't remember which, but Stacy was in charge. And there were a lot of kind of crazy shenanigans that happened during that visit because there were no parents.
Can you share what those crazy shenanigans are, or do you want to keep that private? Or
there was just a lot of, there was a lot of the typical stuff that we would do, like going to theme parks and going to water parks and stuff like that. I remember that Barry had given Stacy a bunch of money to pay for food and other things, and he had left strict instructions about us not driving his sports car, which of course that did not get followed. There were, some joyride situations. There was one instance in particular that was really disturbing to me, where Lori was dating this guy, and she wanted all of us to go out together to go mini golfing or whatever. And so she made sure that her boyfriend, or the guy she was dating, brought a friend along so that I would have somebody to be with. And, we did this kind of typical date thing where we went mini golfing and then we got something to eat. And then Lori wanted to go to this golf course so that she and her boyfriend could have some privacy. So it's late at night. There's no lights on. Nobody's around. She and her boyfriend went off into a corner somewhere. And I sort of had to struggle with this guy who had this expectation that, well, Lori and my friend are making out, so we should be making out too. And I was like very unhappy with that situation because I had never really had dating experience. I didn't really know how to deal with.
Okay, I'm just going to say something, and I'm just going to say it like it is, Megan. All of us as teenage girls were in a situation like that a time or two. It happens to everybody. Whether it's your cousin Lori, who happens to be a fucking murderer, or if it happens just to be some friend in junior high school. With me, it was 7th grade, right? Me and my friend Heather went Christmas caroling with a group. And we had our first kiss that night. Oh boy, I wasn't expecting it. Oh my God, it was so dramatic. Fuck off. Who's Luke? Okay.
Sort of a handsy person. I had no boundaries, and my family of origin growing up, it was no was not acceptable. It was not acceptable to say no to things. And, I also had some past history of abuse. And so it was impossible for me to say no to this person. No, I don't want to do this, whatever. It was just what he wanted. And so that was really difficult for me. And then we all jumped in his Jeep to go drive Lori and me home after their makeout session was over. And we're driving down the street, and he's like swerving in and out, and he's being really reckless with the way he's driving. And it was one of those open Jeeps with, the doors and the roof were all off and everything. I felt very unsafe.
Oh my God.
And then we're driving down this residential street, and they see a cat running across the road. And the guy who's driving the Jeep decides to hit the cat. And so he hits and kills this cat that's running across the street. And after he hits the cat, he sort of taps the brakes and slows down a little bit. And they look to make sure the cat's dead. And then he speeds off.
Wow.
And I was distraught. And I was looking over at Lori, and she was just laughing and, seemed to still be having the greatest time. And for me, everything in that moment just stopped, and I couldn't believe what was happening.
Oh my God.
I wanted to go back and see if the cat is okay, or I want to see did it have a collar? Was there an owner? All of these thoughts were running through my head, and they're just still laughing and hanging out the sides of the Jeep. And, we turned the corner to go home, and I was sort of hyperventilating, and, Lori just didn't seem to be fazed by that at all. And I don't think she had any recognition that I was having a hard time with it. I think she just went on with it like it was normal. That was just a thing that we did. And nobody ever talked about it again or brought it up or anything. But it was, these few memories that I have of us spending time together, they were not happy memories,
Yeah. I want to go back to one story really quickly. And I don't want you to tell anything too personal, but one aspect of the story you told about
you want it all
getting ready to get in the pool.
Oh God, your pubes.
Lori, I believe, said will help you. Did that happen that they helped you, or were you able to just kind of ignore them? And
oh, she went back to the pubes. She said, did they help you? Oh my God, Lauren. She wanted to know. Lauren wanted to know the tea.
Do your own thing after that. I'm sorry. That might be, if that's something you don't want to answer, you don't need to answer it.
No, that's okay. We kind of ignored it until the next time we were getting ready. And then Lori just handed me a razor and said, you can just go in the shower.
Okay.
And that was it.
Okay. And I'm sorry that happened to you as such a young girl.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, so you're thinking as a young girl, as a teenager now, these things aren't normal, but, and one other thing too, I want to go back to, you said your family of origin.
Patrice.
wasn't an option. Well, I know that.
Okay, when was she sex trafficked? Because at 14, Sasquatch? At 14, she had Sasquatch in her bathing suit, but she was sex trafficked. This is what it says. This is from a podcast that she was on. Megan Connor was on Surviving Sex Trafficking, The Strength of Megan Connor, June 4th, 2024, the Fox True Crime Podcast with Emily Campango, whatever her name is. It says, on the outside, Megan Connor seemed like a happy and typical child growing up, but behind the facade of normalcy, Megan was silently living as a victim of sex trafficking due to suppressive systems and strained familial relationships. Megan was silenced and long suffered from the trauma of a crime, now built a fulfilling life from the ashes of her past. But she walked through fire to get here. Stop it. She also details her healing journey as a survivor of sex trafficking.
Doesn't necessarily have anything to do with Lori. Can you share a little bit about that? Because your dad is also Janice's sibling. Just trying to understand how you grew up too.
Yeah. Our family system was very much, you do what you're told. You do not question. You're not really allowed to have an opinion, especially if it's one that's different from the parents. Any sort of raising of question or opinion was shut down as you're being argumentative, you're not being cooperative. I'm not going to argue with you about this, was kind of the MO of that. We really, and when I say we, I'm talking about me and my siblings, but I should just say what I felt. But what I felt was that
it's never a good idea to blow on the embers of hope either.
I was not allowed to be who I really was. I had to fit into this neat little box that my parents wanted me to fit into. There was definitely a culture of control. I think the only way that my parents knew how to parent was by controlling us. And there was a lot of shame and a lot of secrecy. And the shame aspect of it was, you don't make mistakes. We don't talk about our mistakes. We want to put on this veneer of appearing to be the perfect little Mormon family.
Okay, is she going to talk about sex trafficking in this? Because that would probably be the basis of her trauma. I'm just kidding about Nair. I was saying it like her.
And if somebody makes a mistake, we're going to pretend like it never happened, or we're going to pretend like it was resolved, but we're not ever going to really talk about it. And you keep the secrets of the family because it's nobody else's business, and you are loyal to the family system. And that was part of the reason why interacting with the Coxes and our other family members there was no sort of understanding about boundaries or about this is not healthy for me, or I don't want to see this family member, or any of that kind of stuff. You were family. Mm-hmm. You stuck together no matter what. And whenever there were problematic behaviors in the family system, it was like, you just accept it. There's not an option of, oh, I'm not going to hug this family member because they make me feel uncomfortable. That was not an option. It was just, you accept everything that happens in the family system. You don't question it, and you just keep interacting with the family because that's what families do.
Okay. I mean, I have to point out then, you mentioned loyalty to the family system, secrets in the family system. The Cox family is not in court as of right now watching their daughter's trial. They haven't done any interviews since their original interview when the children were missing to state that Lori would never hurt her children. Is there going to be fallout for you doing this interview? I guess that's where I'm going.
Well, I've been, I would consider myself out of the family system. I've been out of the family system for a long time. So I don't really anticipate that things are going to change that much for me. I went no contact with my parents several years ago to try and get some healing for myself. And our relationship is beginning to be repaired at this point, which is good. And I think I'm coming at it from a healthy standpoint now, where I realize what I do and do not want and need for my parents for the first time in my life, as an adult. And there was a sort of polarization that happened on both sides of my family when I drew that boundary. And it was the polarization of those who think that Megan is crazy and is ungrateful and is a terrible daughter, and those who who didn't, or who didn't have an opinion of it. So of all those 21 cousins, I think there are 2 who are out of the church, and maybe only a couple who are really out of the family system in a way that's healthy.
And when you say out of the church, you mean out of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and that was the way all of the 21 cousins were raised.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay. And you're one of those. You've left, right? Okay. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. Unless you want to talk about it now. I mean.
No, we can cover that later.
Okay. Excuse me.
It is ER.
So that helps me understand, like, right, the dynamic as a whole with all of the cousins, all of the siblings, was sort of this, could I say, like, enmeshed, loyal family system? Is that fair to say? Like,
Yeah,
so
definitely.
across aunts and uncles, cousins, on Janice's side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
But not everyone married, a Barry. How was the Cox family then? How was the Cox family then specifically unique to all of the cousins and aunts and uncles? How many siblings does Janice have then? Can I ask?
So she has 2 brothers and 1 sister.
Okay, 2 brothers, 1 sister. So 4 kids.
So is
so
Megan's,
when it comes to Janice,
is Megan's mom or dad? Her dad is Janice's brother. Is that how it works?
and Barry's family, the Cox family, you shared a few experiences that were different. What else did you see or sort of observe, even looking back with newer eyes?
Well, I have to say, going back to the interview that Janice and Summer did, that's one of the few things that I did see. Somebody sent me this and said, have you seen this? Is this your aunt? And I have to say, watching that interview really turned my stomach. It was the first time since I've been through my healing process of realizing what's healthy and not healthy that I was sort of pushed back into that dynamic to where I could see so many things that were just red flag behaviors. And one of the worst things, and the thing that haunts me the most about that interview, is towards the end when the interviewer asks Janice, do you think Lori did this? This was before the kids had been found. And it was when people still largely had a lot of hope that they were alive. And the interviewer asked Janice, do you think she hurt the kids or harmed the kids? And Janice said, just very dismissively, I don't see it. Do you? And then she turned to Summer, and Summer said, no, I don't see it. And what I see in that behavior is Janice saying, this is what we believe. Turning to Summer for confirmation of, you're going to parrot what I said, and you don't get to have an opinion.
You're so insightful, not. Should we name her the insightful one?
And Summer parroting, I don't see it. So when I go back and when I watch that interview, the dynamic between Summer and Janice is very troubling to me. I feel very, I have so many emotions come up for me thinking about that. But
Okay, weirdo, you just said that you're estranged from your own parents. Why don't you focus on that? Why is she worrying about Summer and her parents and other people's relationships with their families? Like you just said, you know what she is? She's in everybody else's business, is what it sounds like. She gets her nose in everybody else's business and then tries to project it as affecting her. That's what it seems like. Because it doesn't seem like any of these people need her or want her analyzation. It sounds like she's got her own fucking problems. I just don't get it. And then she's going to sit there and say how things are alarming to her. Like, girl, insightful one, insightful two.
But the major one is thinking about where Summer is in that family system and the fact that she probably doesn't have her own identity at all.
So even as adults, the parroting continues.
Yeah, and it's very much this dynamic of you want love and acceptance and belonging from your parents and your family, and so when you think that that's the only way to get love and belonging is from your parents because they create that world for you and they make you feel like that's the only place you can get love and belonging. When you do something that doesn't fit with what your parents want or with what they think, it is incredibly risky. You're risking tearing apart that feeling of acceptance and love. and you're risking not getting acceptance and love from your parents, which when you're healed and you're healthy, you realize that that's an okay thing, you know, but it's almost like there
Hang on
still
a second.
is this parent-child.
Do you guys know when Megan lived in South Dakota? Because that's when she claims she was trafficked. Was when I found a clip. We're going to play it in just a second. Let me email it to myself. But she claims in South Dakota it happened.
Child dynamic where the children, even though they're adults, aren't allowed to have their own lives or their own thoughts or their own feelings or anything outside of the family system.
So to remind people, when that interview you're referring to is, again, as you said, before the children were found, people still had hope. Janice and Summer did do their one and only interview when it comes to their daughter and sister's case. When
3 years
sent it to you and you
this
watched
was 3 years ago. Hey,
were
Deb.
the children still missing? Was it around the time they did the interview?
It was shortly after the interview aired. So the children were still missing. And that was sort of the time where I decided I needed to work through my own grief and process my own grief, because every time something came up, it was like I was starting the grieving process all over again. And so I made a conscious decision. I had been doing EMDR therapy, which I'm sure you know, but for those who don't know, it's a reprocessing kind of therapy where you try to separate negative emotions from traumatic events. And I was having a lot of success with that. And it really, really saved my life, I think.
Okay, so what EMDR therapy is: eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. It's an effective evidence-based psychotherapy designed to alleviate distress from traumatic memories. It uses guided eye movements while client focus on traumatic memories, allowing the brain. So it's basically reliving trauma. You guys ever heard of that? I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never heard of anyone doing it. I don't think she's ever happy. No, she's not. She's not. She's miserable. She's fucking miserable. Listen to this clip. Or watch it too. Watch.
It was the first time that my mom had a job outside the home, and she hired a babysitter that lived one street over from us. And my siblings and I would go to the babysitter before school to wait for the bus, and then we would go to their house after school as well. And it was in that house that I was sexually abused, along with some of the other neighbor children that particular babysitter and her husband looked after. So they had a basement in their house, and it was set up as basically a photography studio where videos and pictures were taken of myself and other children. And we were coerced into doing sexual things with each other while pictures and videos were taken.
What? And there was no charges? Who did it? Megan? What? Have you guys ever heard this?
When I lived in South Dakota, it was the first time that my mom had a job outside the home, and she hired a babysitter that lived one street over from us. And my siblings and I would go to the babysitter before school to wait for the bus, and then we would go to their house after school as well. And it was in that house that I was sexually abused, along with some of the other neighbor children that particular babysitter and her husband looked after. So they had a basement in their house, and it was set up as basically a photography studio where videos and pictures were taken of myself and other children. And we were coerced into doing sexual things with each other while pictures and videos were taken.
Hang on.
1 cup of peanut butter.
Someone who lived a week. What?
And I made a conscious decision to do an EMDR session regarding Lori and JJ and Tylee and Alex. And I just remember making all of these notes in my journal and thinking, what do I even process? Because you really have to fixate on one particular thing in order for EMDR to really be effective, or at least for me, that was my experience. And I said, what do I even process? Is it my family system? That's too broad. My relationship with Lori, that doesn't cover everything. You know, the possibility that these kids are no longer alive. I couldn't think of.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, Ballet Flats. Ballet Flats said, I thought she never heard the word sex before Lori told her to shave her pubes. But she just said, dude, she just said that she was in her neighbor's basement and they were taking videos and pictures. Do her siblings claim this too? Who did it? And why are you letting them do it? Like, why are you letting them get away with this? What? I've never seen the butterfly effect. It sounds like no charges were filed and she said they're dead now. Okay, even better idea than to call out their names. Who cares if they're dead? Tell us who it was. They have relatives, asshole. Oh, I can't stand people like this.
One thing that was going to make it better, you know, because it's so all encompassing. It's not just about the family system, but
and it's like she blames her mother for having a job. Right. Mm-hmm. Where's the videos and pictures? Doesn't even make sense.
It's also about these horrific acts that...
Name them or don't tell these stories. That's weird.
At the time, you know, we didn't know if the kids were alive or dead, but
hi,
my gut feeling was
ATS.
that they were not alive.
Okay.
I felt at that point that there was no way from, you know, what people in the families had said is that, you know, Lori's hiding the kids or, you know, she's trying to avoid Kay and, you know, all that. So none of that rang true to me at all. And I thought there's no way that these two kids have been gone this long and that they're still alive. So for me, I had to make a conscious effort to go in and process the death of the kids before they'd been found, before we really knew that they were gone. And doing that for me gave me the ability to be able to look at this whole situation in a different light, making the assumption that the kids were gone. And that actually really helped me because I believed that the spirits of those children were being cared for after their death. That's sort of what my mind landed on when I was doing my EMDR therapy. And that gave me the ability to then...
I mean, if she was sexually abused, I feel for her. You know, I mean, no child should have to go through something like that. But the thing is that her little stories aren't adding up. And that's what we're questioning, right? Like, you don't sit here and say, oh my God, I had no idea what a bush was. I had no idea that, you know, people even looked down there. I had no idea that my bathing suit didn't cover my hair. And then go on to say that you were forced into, you know, horrible positions and things.
We're going to account the money.
Oh, we're going to account the money from Bo Bear. Bo Bear gave us a super chat. Thank you. I've been trying to say it doesn't make sense. She's all out of order. And trafficking that's not trafficking. And I don't like changing stories either, right? Because the truth doesn't change. Thank you again, Bo Bear. And, you know, people use stories like this, and this is a really good time to have this little conversation because I see this all the time on YouTube. And I'm not saying this Megan is doing this, but I've seen a lot of people do this. And let me know if you've ever seen this on the tubes. People use very emotional things that if you were to like publicly question them, it would make you look like a piece of shit for questioning, right? So like, for example, this girl comes out and says she was trafficked. Like, who's going to question that? You know, like, and then if you do, she can turn around and be like, oh my God, you know, she's attacking a victim or victim blaming or victim shaming and all this stuff. And then before you know it, people just sit back and don't say shit. And right. And it's usually stuff like that can't be proven. There's some kind of story behind it. But then if you question it, you're a bad person. But they also, people do that with health problems. Here on YouTube, I've noticed that. A lot of people use like health problems that can't be nailed down,
We're going to count the money.
Oh, we're going to count the money from Colette. Thank you, Colette. Classic tactic, 100%. Yeah, and people use things like lupus. And I'm not saying people don't have these things, but I'm saying these are easy grifts for people to use. Things like lupus, things like fibromyalgia, things like MS. A lot of things like that can't be proven, but you can say you have them. And if someone questions you, you can turn around and go, how dare you? How dare you question that I'm ill? I mean, we have a lot of people that fake cancer. Yeah. But, and then it's like, you're iffy because if you know someone's track record and you're like, I'm just not so sure I believe that. But it happens a lot on YouTube, and it's made a lot of us, I think, very like cynical because there's been so many people that lie about ailments and stuff like that. And it's almost like I only believe you if I can touch you. You know what I mean? Like I need to know you. I don't know this, but she just doesn't, her story's not lining up. The timeline isn't lining up. And I think that's what everybody's been questioning. At least that's what I'm seeing. And she doesn't say anything about an age, but she talks about being on the bus. So picking the bus up before and after school would tell me she was too young to be at home alone. So I don't know how old her siblings are. But thank you, Colette, for your super chat. And I don't think I saw your super chat yesterday, but thank you for your super chat yesterday, too. Seems like YouTube is, well, it's an easy venue, right? It's an easy venue for people to scam. That's why you have to be really careful. Think about it. You can come on here, you can never show your face, and you can get donations. There's people on here that donate a lot of money to people who never flick a camera on. If you get scammed by somebody who never flicks their camera on, I ain't got no love. I mean, that's on you. You got to be careful around here. Yeah. Boo Boo says, I was a sucker. I believed everyone who said they were hurt or ill on YouTube. You're not a sucker. You're just a human. No one expects people to lie about that stuff. And that's, I think, what was the big eye-opener for me on YouTube was I never expected people to lie about that kind of stuff. I always took people, at their word. I mean, I'm not going to question whether you have an ailment or an illness. But when you see someone's track record like this, when she steps on the scene as the cousin of someone who murdered someone in a high-profile case, she's piggybacking off of that to lead into her own trauma and then make money off her own trauma. So, thank you, Nick. I cooter chat Jay purely because she makes me laugh. And that makes my soul feel good. Genuine people don't need to grift. Thank you. All right, let's get back to this.
Start trying to understand.
I digress. Who's sick of hearing that word? I digress.
Everything that was happening and try to go back and analyze the family system and the patterns and all of the things that I felt like led to this. And it's one of the reasons I have to say selfishly why I'm doing this is because it helps me to
selfishly
try and make sense of an insensible situation and to try and process through these memories and think, there were red flags, there were warning signs, there, were times where all these people who say Lori was this sweet, wonderful person, she was a doting mom, that was not the Lori that I knew. And actually I have to say that was Lori's veneer. That was her external personality. So people who didn't know her, of course, she would come off that way. She was very charming. She was beautiful.
She was the primary president in Hawaii, meaning she's in charge of all the children.
Gateshead Angel said from her book, Okay, so the operation, the husband had a photography studio in the basement where he took photos and videos of Megan and other neighborhood children. Megan has described this as a sex trafficking operation from her book, and she wonders if the photos were sold.
And they're singing, yes.
Yeah. She was a hairdresser, you know, she was a beauty queen, she was
Janice.
a cheerleader. It's like if you took every stereotype of, you know, the all-American, sweet, successful mom, Lori did all of those things. She was all of those things, unless you disagreed with her or unless you stood in the way of her getting something that she wanted. And then she was vicious.
And you saw that.
Yeah.
I think Megan was very jealous of Lori. I agree.
Yeah. Tell me how you saw that. I mean, you've told a couple stories that I'm thankful that you told. Any other examples of that you can share?
Well, the main one I have to say, and the only time I was really on the receiving end of Lori's displeasure was shortly after I moved in with her and Adam. We lived in Austin together in an apartment. And
was this between, by the way, she was married to Joe Ryan during that time, divorced, and then met Charles. At what point in her, clearly she's living with Adam, so she might be single, but where in this sort of order of marriages was she, or in life? Do you know?
So
I mean, if you live in North Dakota or South Dakota, don't you want to know who these creeps were? Running a photography thing in their basement, Don Wells style. Don't you want to know who they are? I mean, what the fuck, Megan?
She had already married and divorced Nelson at this point.
I'm still stuck on this sex trafficking
her first
thing.
husband.
Right.
So no Colby yet. No William.
No Colby yet.
Sonia. Okay. So
And
this is
so-
before she had children.
Yep, we were both single. I was 18. I think she was 19. And Adam was a primetime DJ in Austin, which gave him a little bit of like local celebrity status. And my family had already moved to San Antonio, but I was still living in Connecticut while our house sold. And I decided to come down.
Connecticut? What the fuck? So they went from Connecticut, South Dakota, Texas, California, anywhere else?
Down and live with them rather than going back to living with my parents. And actually Lori and Adam invited me to come and live with them. And so I came down there, and Lori was working at a tanning salon. So she got me a job at the same tanning salon. We worked together. And
Is that why you're so red?
we only lived there together for about 4 months. And it was very much like we were not working hard. We were not working full time. Neither one of us was in school. And
so you were
Adam,
bums?
sort of the local celebrity, would take us out at night, and we.
So Adam was a local celebrity and neither girls were working and he would take them out at night? Maybe this was the trafficking part. Oh, God. Smoke him if you got him.
Would go out to clubs on 6th Street, and neither one of us, of course, were of age, but it didn't matter because we were with Adam.
Oh,
We could
Adam
get
got
anywhere.
you in. Interesting.
So there was some drinking and partying that was going on. There was another situation with a date where Lori was dating this boyfriend, and she tried to set me up with a guy who was very similar to what had happened when we were kids. And anyway, eventually there was a guy that was coming into the tanning salon pretty frequently, and clearly liked Lori, wanted to date her. And they went out on one date, and when she got back from that date, I was asking her how it went, how it was, and she was like, "Oh, he's kind of a loser. I don't really like him. He's not that good looking, all this kind of stuff." She really seemed like she wasn't interested in him at all. And a few days later, he was in the tanning salon, and Lori wasn't there, or she was in the back. I can't remember exactly what the circumstances were, but he and I were alone, and he asked me if I wanted to go out on a date. And I was like, "Sure, we can do that." So we went out on a date. When I got back, I remember Lori she very much gave me the cold shoulder. She was being really standoffish with me, which was odd. And the next morning, she started asking me all these questions about exactly what happened and exactly what we did and all of this stuff. And I was like, I didn't really like him that much either. It's not a big deal. If you want to go back and go out with him, that's totally fine. It was nothing that was that big of a deal to me. And it was not like somebody that I had pined for and wanted to date or something like that. And it seemed to me that was the case with her too. She didn't really seem to like him that much.
And you're 18, 19 years old. You know, this is sort of this time you go out with guys, you have fun, right?
Yeah. It's not a serious thing for either one of us. The next day, Lori told me that we were going to the airport to pick up her mom. And I was shocked because I didn't know her mom was coming into town. So we drive to the airport, and the whole time that we're driving there, she's continuing to grill me about this guy and about what we did. And then she reveals to me when we get to the airport, the reason her mom is coming is because Lori told her mom what I had done and that I was a bad influence, and Janice wanted me out. She wanted me gone. And so we went to the airport, we picked up Janice. We didn't say.
Wait, what? Lori told her mom that she was screwing around with this guy?
Mom, what I had done and that I was a bad influence, and Janice wanted me out. She wanted me gone. And so we went to the airport, we picked up Janice. We didn't say much on the way back to the apartment, but I was kind of stunned because I wasn't doing anything that Lori wasn't doing at that point. You know?
Oh, really?
We were all sort of in this, all three of us in this.
Oh, all three of you. So you were just as promiscuous as Lori at this point? So you were a hoe. And Janice wanted you gone. Gone.
Sort of phase of like partying and exploring and whatever. And I didn't.
Partying and exploring or whatever. Let's not skim over this part. I don't think we need to skim over this part. I think this is an important part, Megan. Now this is where we're getting good, right?
God bless.
What?
America.
I didn't feel like I had done anything wrong at all. But it was very clear that nobody was going to have a conversation with me about it. It was very clear that this was not a debate. It was very much like, we're going back to the apartment to pack up your stuff and you're leaving. Wow. And so I did. I packed up my stuff and I got on a Greyhound bus and came to San Antonio.
She got put on a Greyhound. Janice Cox put this bitch on a Greyhound. Dude, she didn't even get you a flight. She threw her on a Greyhound. Hold on.
It was very clear that nobody was going to have a conversation with me about it. It was very clear that this was not a debate. It was very much like, we're going back to the apartment to pack up your stuff and you're leaving. And so I did. I packed up my stuff and I got on a Greyhound bus and came to San Antonio. My parents had no idea I was coming.
My parents.
And that was it. That was.
Janice didn't even tell your dad, like, you know, her brother?
I don't think they had a conversation about it because when I talked to my dad about it recently, he didn't remember any of that.
They had to buy 2 tickets, stuff. One for Megan and one for her bush.
So that would not have been the way that things go in the family. Is like, you don't have a conversation with them in advance. It's like, if something happens, we may talk about it later, but it's never in the interest of, hey, help me understand what happened here. It very much would have been this passive aggressive, sarcastic kind of, so you kicked my daughter out kind of thing. You know, I'm speculating, but it doesn't seem, it would not have been normal for Janice to call up my dad and say, hey, your daughter's being a bad influence on my daughter and I don't think they should live togetger anymore.
It wouldn't have been normal.
Nothing ever direct like that.
No,
right?
That would have been direct and proactive and somewhat healthy, you know, but that's not the way things were done.
So you were talking to your dad recently, you mentioned, and of course, you know, I want your dad's privacy to remain private. But I am curious. Well, I'll just ask if you don't want to answer. It's okay. You are talking to your dad about this. Has this affected all of the family, you said there was a polarization. So I guess the answer is yes, but is your dad trying to process it too? Or is he mostly there for you to process it?
No, I think all of us are trying to process it. We're all trying to wrap our brains around it. And I think all of us, there have been points where we've all sort of questioned our possible role in any of this, and in our relationships with Lori, our growing up and dealing with the family. And all of us have had to sort of do a gut check moment of, you know, are we in danger? Those kinds of things. But
we are in Cooterville. I mean,
you know, my dad's trying to process through it too.
I'm sure he is.
Siblings are.
I'm sure he is.
It's really hard. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody in our family wants to talk about it. It's because it's just hard to process. So
Megan's big bushes. Whoops. Oh, this stinking mouse.
I felt pretty alone in this too, because most of my friends are not really.
You have friends?
True crimers, what I would say, you know, like really interested in following these kinds of cases because they find it disturbing.
Cut his mic.
And understandably so. And so I felt like I've had to kind of deal with this largely on my own.
Sarah.
Which is okay, because I do have the tools that I need to process these kinds of things, but it sure would be nice to feel supported and, you know, and have some outlet for it. It's like we can talk about it to a certain extent, and then we have to let it go because it's just too hard to deal with.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about that. You know, my husband, a psychologist, always says a better understanding of crime is a better understanding of ourselves, and I can see that in you. You're trying to understand, and sometimes it takes crime, it takes these tragedies to really process things, to really look back and understand ourselves and our families and people.
Betsy.
And it is true that some people
welcome, Sarah.
Are willing to look at crime, and other people it's very difficult.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think that we like to think that it's because crime doesn't affect us; it only affects other people.
Right.
Until it affects us.
Until it does. Yeah, and that's exactly what we're dealing with here too. You know, all of us, and me included, have had to look back and say, well, I came from this family system too. And it's sort of a there but for the grace of God go I thing. You know, why was Lori, how did Lori get to that place but I didn't? You know.
You mentioned a couple of things I want to bring up because it relates to Zulema's testimony in court this week. And I find it really interesting that I'm seeing a pattern with Lori. Religion was a big part of their life. You say, as you say, Barry liked to pontificate. He liked to bring up current events. And when he did bring up current events, religion was always involved, which means that religion was sort of fit into even non-religious things at the house. They were very LDS, or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Cooter clippers.
You mentioned
Megan.
that
Megan is a cooter clipper, guys.
Hey, cooter clippers.
That's totally what she is. She's a cooter clipper. That's your new name, Megan. You're a cooter clipper.
Hey, cooter clippers.
And Lori were drinking, and there's no judgment there. A lot of younger kids drink, whether they're LDS or not LDS. But when it comes to Lori, it's really interesting because she's so religious. She's so, I don't even know if I want to say faithful because she's also a criminal behind bars, but she's so, she's so enmeshed with her religious ideology. My husband has almost said it's like her identity.
Mm-hmm.
Zulema brought up that Lori was always sort of changing the rules, though, that the rules didn't apply to her. In the LDS faith, alcohol is not involved, and sex before marriage is not involved. And there's this, it's what many, call a high demand religion. And again, while teenagers rebel, and that's expected, with Lori, it's sort of this contradiction. Does that, you know what I mean? Like there's this, I don't know how to explain, there's this odd, blinder factor. Is that true? Did the rules not apply to her?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Lori, dental.
You'll see that with
Dental's
Barry,
in the house.
Right? He wrote this huge long brief against the government for trying to dismantle the IRS, and then published that into a book later. And so, definitely, you have Barry who thinks that he's above the law. I mean,
he went to prison for this, and then wrote the book after. Talk about.
Well, I don't know if that's...
You got a lot of nerve, Lauren. Talking about Lori's dad going to prison. Went to prison. He went to prison and then wrote this. Like, it's so appalling. Your dad went to prison and he's still committing crimes after he went to prison.
That's true from what I understand.
Unbelievable.
So definitely you have Barry who thinks that he's above the law. I mean, he went
to prison for this and then wrote the book after. Talk about,
Well, I don't know if that's true. From what I understand, and I haven't read the book, from what I understand, the book is actually just an expansion of his legal brief that he wrote.
Okay.
I don't think there's much more added to it than that. But yes, he served time in prison for tax evasion. And he also practiced law without a law license. And, he was an estate planner, but he was not an attorney. So he wasn't allowed to say he was an estate planner, but he did anyway. There's this whole dynamic from Barry that he's above the law. He's better than everyone else. And I will tell you, the most pervasive thing that runs throughout the cult of Cox is this concept of the lower 95.
The cult of Cox?
We heard this all the time from Barry. The cult of Cox.
What? The cult of Cox. Cox, pubes, bushes. We got it all. The cult of Cox.
He's better than everyone else. And I will tell you, the most pervasive thing that runs throughout the cult of Cox is this concept of the lower 95. We heard this all the time from Barry, where he would say, it basically meant he would make an offhanded comment about somebody doing something stupid, and he would say, well, that's the lower 95. And what he meant was that 95% of the population are stupid, arrogant, lazy, ugly. And the other 5% are the successful ones and the smart ones and the beautiful people. And he absolutely considered himself and his family to be in that top 5%. And that theme came up all the time. It was what drove all of their thoughts and opinions, that they were more beautiful than everyone else. They were more successful than everyone else. They were smarter than everyone else. And we even felt that, we felt from my family system, we felt less than, or treated less than, and it also went to this whole obsession with outward appearances, and just the beauty aspect of everything. It was like you always got complimented on what you looked like before anybody said anything else. You would walk in the door in the Cox household and they would say, "Oh my gosh, you're looking so beautiful. Your hair is so wonderful." It was like this fake, very sugary, sweet sort of, "I just love your outfit. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. You are fake. Both of you.
You're looking so wonderful. And your children are so beautiful." It was not like, "How are things going? Are you okay?" It was never any of that kind of conversation. And that's what I think. Yeah. And that's what I think explains this disconnect that you see in Lori's behavior, where she wants to appear super religious, but in reality, she's not. And I remember being super shocked. One of those first times we went to visit, we would go to church with the Coxes and we'd go to sacrament meeting. And then after sacrament meeting was over, Lori and Alex and Adam wanted to load us up in the car and go to Del Taco. And I was shocked, because you don't do that. Like, you go to all 3 hours of church. You don't ever go anywhere on Sunday.
Oh my God. They wanted to go to Del Taco. You don't say. Oh, they wanted fajitas. This is nothing. Who cares?
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Del Taco. You don't say. You know what we used to do? We used to all get in the car and go to the Catholic church and go and grab a bulletin and then go to McDonald's. And then we'd come home. And I was just, oh my God, I was so scarred by my older siblings doing that. Oh Lord, it's traumatic. Pay me $500 an hour and I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you what we did. I'll tell you how we went in and got the fucking bulletin. I'll tell you how we went to fucking McDonald's. And then I'll tell you how we went back home and told our parents, "Oh yeah, it was great. Church was great today." Yeah. It's traumatic. I need some therapy.
You don't go to fast food restaurants. You don't spend money. You
Shut up.
Holy, you go home and study the scriptures, or you
If
watch
it
a
looks
Disney
like a
movie or
duck
something.
and walks like
family
a duck
approach.
and quacks like a duck, it is a
But
duck.
I was on board. I was like, yeah, I would love to go to Del Taco instead of going to Sunday school. That's way more fun. And then they would come back for the third hour, so nobody knew they were gone. So it's like this little nudge, wink, wink. Like we're living the commandments, but we're really not. And that was pervasive throughout the entire
wink.
existence of this family culture. It was like, we have to appear on the outside as though everything is perfect, but on the inside we know it's not, and we don't talk about it.
Shut up.
So maybe the rules are good for the lower 95.
Exactly.
But for us, we're above.
We're above that. We're above that. I remember one time Barry got up in sacrament meeting to bear his testimony. And Barry and Janice were temple workers in the San Antonio temple, which is one of the reasons that I got totally turned off to going to the temple.
Oh my
because
goodness.
I was thinking, if these people are temple workers, how holy of a place is it really? But I remember Barry getting up and bearing his testimony, and he was working at the desk in the temple. So he was scanning people's recommends as they came in. And his comment in front of the entire congregation was,
"What?
I'm watching the temple. What is it? The temple. So it's not church for everyone that isn't LDS here. Doesn't know,
fill us in,
the temple is different
LDS.
than church. You go to church each Sunday to worship, Sunday school or Del Taco.
Oh, Lauren, look at me. I'm a fucking Mormon. I'm a Mormon. Have you guys ever seen her brother that passed away, his interviews on YouTube? You guys can email me anything that you find. Here is my email. I just put it in the chat. Look at her. Tell us all about it.
If you're hanging out with your Cox cousins, and the temple is a place where you can choose to go. It's voluntary for different ordinances, for the dead, for yourself. And so when Barry's working in the temple, it means he's volunteering and being there to help. So go ahead. Yeah, I just want to.
And you have to be called to be a temple worker. You have to be recommended by your bishop and your stake president. And it's not just a just anybody could be a temple worker. You have to go through a process to be a temple worker. And so those of us who are in the faith would say, if you're a temple worker, that must mean that you're really living the gospel and you're really doing everything right. And you're an example because you're officiating in ceremonies in the temple. And so when you go to the temple, you dress up just like you would if you're going to church, but it's a weekday thing. It's closed on Sunday, right? So Barry was giving this testimony in front of the congregation in church on Sunday. And he was talking about being at the desk and taking recommends from people who are coming into the temple. Mm-hmm. And he said, I'm watching these people come in and they're not attractive and they're not dressed well. These are not A-list celebrities. These are not people that I would, go up to on the street and want to talk to or want to.
Look at this. Crochet said Third Verse Texas entities include Third Verse LLC Houston and Third Verse Investment Strategies LLC San Antonio. Interesting.
Be with, but I know they have a temple recommend, so they must be good people. These must be, the kind of people that we want to hang out with. And
thank you, Quinn.
They're not very good looking.
Thank you, Quinn. Quinn found it. Thank you.
And they're not very attractive, and they're not dressed very well. And I just remember I was in the foyer in the lobby.
It's the San Antonio one.
Loudspeakers, and I could not believe what I was hearing. And I actually just had to leave the church, leave the building.
Yeah, leave that temple foyer or whatever.
Yeah, I couldn't stand to listen to that anymore because, here we are in a church who bears the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And we are supposed to be loving and accepting of everybody. We're supposed to, as the scriptures say, we're not supposed to look on the outward appearance because God looks at our hearts. Lord. And here you have somebody who is a quote unquote pillar in the community, very well respected in the church community. He's a temple worker. So he's set up there as an example. And you've got him in a congregation of people talking about how ugly these people are coming into the temple. It was one of those moments where I just...
Oh, was it enlightening?
I had to just excuse myself because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And it was upsetting.
Well, the lack of awareness is stunning to me too.
Oh, is it ever? Woo! Holy smoke them if you've got them. Lauren, the lack of awareness is stunning.
Upsetting.
Well, the lack of awareness is stunning to me.
Yeah, it's stunning to me too. It's stunning to me, Lauren's lack of awareness. My goodness.
Me too. For him to, he's not even
What's
just
up,
saying
Hawkeye?
this to you or his family at the dinner table. He's saying this to everyone here. They all think the same thing, that he thinks that this makes complete sense.
Yeah, he's introducing the concept of the lower 95 to the greater church population, basically, and saying that he's in that 5%, and you guys are the rest of you are the lower 95. But you're here in church, so maybe you're good people anyway.
Wow. Was there any? Oh, well, you left. Were you looking at any reaction, or people just kind of doing their own thing?
Yeah, I
probably were in a different space than you were, listening to your uncle.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe it was, I like to call Fasted Testimony Meeting Open Mic Sunday because literally anybody can get up and say anything that they want. And I've heard some incredibly shocking and horrifying things during those meetings.
This is a once a month meeting at the church. It's a worship service. So once a month in the LDS.
What'd you hear, Megan?
Any member can get up during the main meeting with the congregation and share their thoughts. And yes, open mic Sunday is a good way to put it. You never know.
Yeah, there's a lot of guidance, obviously, from the church that tells us we're supposed to focus on the Savior and focus on our testimony of the scriptures and those kinds of things. But that's, for a lot of people, they just can't help themselves, and it turns into an oversharing. So
yeah, it's an opportunity. So anyway, I
hey,
just
Chloe,
to share that. So
welcome in, everybody. Hit the like
going
button,
back
y'all.
To that, have you seen Barry or anyone bear their testimony then in the Cox family on those Sundays? Or
that was a rare Sunday, and the thing was that they weren't in my ward, but they were in the same building that we met in.
Okay.
And so the reason why I was there at that time is because I think we were in our third hour and they were in their first hour. And so I was, walking the hallways with one of my kids and happened to hear that he was up there bearing his testimony. So that's the only time I've ever heard, I think, one of them bear their testimony in public. But we were over at their house for conference every conference because they had a big screen TV. So we would go over there and take food and sit there for conference.
Sounds
and
like
then of
you
course
were
the
jealous
discussion afterwards
of
was
them.
always, what did we think of that? And Barry never missed an opportunity to share his opinions about the talks with us.
Everyone's talks.
Yeah.
Wow. Probably in a judgmental fashion then.
It doesn't sound like you're afraid to share people's shit either. Who are you to talk?
Very much so. I mean, there's nothing that came out of any of that but judgment. It was like, this is it, the judgment that was the constant thing, was judging people and their actions and everything. I mean, that was all we ever talked about.
I've heard from several sources, and you might not know this.
Sources?
You know, you're a cousin, you're sharing what you know, but I have heard from several sources, even a friend of Lori's who stated that Lori told her about her parents cheating on one another. Do you know anything about that, or is that more so not discussed?
Wait, what?
I mean, there's so many things like.
Do you know a friend of Lori's who stated that Lori told her about her parents cheating on one another? Do you know anything about that, or is that more so not discussed or talked about?
I mean, there's so many things like that, that there are a lot of family.
Let's talk about you, Lauren.
And that was one.
Let's talk about you, because I heard you cheated on John. You want to talk openly about people cheating? You want to dig into someone's marriage when they're all old and shit? I mean, fuck. What difference does that make at this juncture? Why don't we, let's talk, you know what, since you opened the door, let's talk about your pings. Can we talk about the pings? She opened the door, did she not? Let me know in chat. Put a 1 if she opened the door. You want to interview people and talk about other people's relationships? You open the fucking door. Right. Brandon Hobbs. Yes, the door is opened. So let's talk about the rumors that you've never addressed. Let's talk about Brandon Hobbs. It's wide open like the Cooters. Seriously. We all know. Open the door and the Cooter.
And she sent out cease and desist letters too.
Ugh. Was he the cameraman? Ooh. What did you have to do for those pings? Oh, fire up the lawnmower, says Patrice. Oh, hobnobbing.
I mean, there's so many things.
Like, even a friend of Lori's who stated that Lori told her about her parents cheating on one another.
I love that. I love cheating on one another. I want to know all about it. And I'm going to show all of my bottom teeth. Because I'm so much better than you. And I've studied how to be an influencer. And how to talk like an influencer. And how to accentuate my bottom teeth. She's so weird. I want to know all about their infidelities. And I want to kind of go back and dovetail over to your pube problem again. Did they help you with that? She actually dovetailed back to the pubes.
Do you know anything about that, or is that more so not discussed or talked about?
I mean, it's so true. There's so many things like that, that there are a lot of family rumors, and that was one of them. You know, neither confirm nor deny. But generally speaking, I think almost every rumor that I've heard about the family has turned out to be true.
To Del
so
Taco.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't have any firsthand knowledge of that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
You don't have knowledge of nothing.
Yet. He was, well, Stacy was the oldest. I want to ask you about Stacy too. Did you spend any time with Stacy and or Alex?
Why can't you leave Stacy alone? Stacy's dead. Stacy's got nothing to do with the murder. She's got nothing to do with the kids. She never met the kids. She's got nothing to do with Lori, Chad. None of it. Why do we got to talk about Stacy? I can't.
Stacy was
I heard she stole from Stacy. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true.
Oldest of the cousins in the family, so she to me was always like I always looked up to her. She was beautiful and she was really smart and she was very kind. And so I loved spending time with her, although I didn't get to spend a lot of time with her. The couple of times where we went that she was in charge, she always had a basket of laundry on her hip. She was always taking care of the household, folding towels, doing everything that needed to be done. She was really, in charge of all of that. And she was just very sweet and loving.
Thanks, Megan.
Alex was, of course, everybody knows he was a comedian. He couldn't not joke about things. There was nothing that was off limits for joking. And oftentimes that was a way of talking about a lot of these family secrets, was that Alex would make a joke about it. And that was the way that we heard a lot of these family rumors, is that, we'd all be sitting around and Alex would make some joke and we would sort of look at each other and go, is that real? Is that true? But if he was joking about it, it probably was, you know. He had a car accident when he was 17, and the Coxes always self-insured, meaning like they just kept money on deposit and they didn't carry car insurance. And I don't know what the rules are in California. I know in Texas you can self-insure. In California, I don't know if that's a legal thing or not a legal thing. I think we always assumed it was illegal that you had to carry car insurance, but we just, you know, we kind of assumed that that was not on the up and up. But when Alex had that car accident, apparently he totaled his truck and just walked away. Didn't file a police report, didn't get any sort of medical help or anything, just walked away and left the truck and left somebody else to take care of it, which I feel like is pretty metaphorical for, you know, a lot of things that happen. But
wow,
in my opinion, I think there were some comments by the older generation, my parents and aunts and uncles, that was a traumatic brain
Just
injury
a shot of
for
tequila
Alex,
and a nice blunt.
and it wouldn't surprise me if that had a huge impact on his behavior for the rest of his life. He never seemed to be able to keep a job. He was never in a very long relationship.
What about you? What would she tell you? Never could keep a job. Do you have a job? Have you ever had a job, Megan?
He just didn't. He sort of drifted around. He lived with my parents for a little while, stayed on their couch. I think they told him he could stay for a month, and he ended up staying 3 or 4.
Sounds like you. Didn't you drift around and live with random people too? You're just like your cousin Alex.
He was all over the place.
You're not the first to imply this. Somebody else has also, well, a couple other people have mentioned a
Get out of the gray
possible traumatic brain injury. That's interesting.
What's smule?
I did not know
What's
about
that?
car insurance though. And the metaphor that you brought up. Car wreck happens, and you walk away and let everyone else clean up the mess.
Just walk away. Somebody else will take care of it.
It sounds like there was a lot of. You've clearly talked about the lower 95, but feeling special, feeling better than others, and. You know, my husband, John, and I have talked about this a lot, that Lori needed to feel special, that this is one reason she was led to this group, you know, that wanted to feel special. Do you feel like that was sort of something that was pushed in their family?
Oh, 100%. Definitely. I remember Adam talking about the need to get attention. And he would talk about, like, Lori's getting dressed up to go out and she'll get lots of attention. You know, and it was like, oh, you'll get lots of attention dressed like that, or oh, you won't get as much attention as she will if you're not dressed that way. You know, that was a big focus, was how much attention you were going to get. You know, I remember Adam saying at one point too, he's like, well, obviously I like attention too because I'm a radio host, you know. But I think that was looking back on it now and thinking about the family dynamics. It's like when you have a dad that is the way Barry is, and you know, he sort of lords over the whole family, gaining acceptance from the ruler of the family system is a big deal. Like you really want that person's approval. And so I feel like looking for approval and specialness and all of that, it's like, you knew that if you were special and attractive and smart, that you would be in various good graces. And so I can see where seeking for that could become a lifelong pursuit for a daughter who feels unseen, unheard by her dad.
There were a couple things you shared in our phone call that were compelling, but I don't know if you even want to mention something like you want to just keep Barry off the table completely.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to keep Barry off the table. I mean, why should he not be exposed for who he is in this? It has a huge impact on who Lori was and is and her upbringing. And I will say, you know, of course, we know Barry served time in prison for tax evasion, and we know that he has been under investigation for sexual abuse allegations. There are family stories that he keeps child pornography on his computer. He always has been a very touchy-feely kind of a person. And I never felt comfortable with, you know, the way he would hug and massage and touch and rub. And so I stayed away from that as much as I possibly could and kept my kids away from it as much as I possibly could. But, you know, he would constantly make comments about people's bodies and about Lori. He said he would talk about her breasts and he would say, well, she just has a couple of fried eggs, unfortunately, and then later paid for her to have breast implants so that she could do her pageant. You know, so there's obviously some blurred lines there and some, you know, inappropriate relationship dynamics, relational dynamics between Barry and Lori. All of that goes back to the family stuff that
I am being sent some nuggets. Stand by. We have the call that was recorded with Rob Wood between Summer and Rob Wood that she was talking about. And then we have another nugget too. So stay with me. Stay with me.
Time could just never really wrap my brain around. Didn't understand how inappropriate it was until I got out of it.
And as you said, there are no charges against Barry for any sexual abuse that we know of, but he has been investigated.
Yes.
Okay. When I brought up Stacy and Alex, these are two children now, the oldest Cox children who are no longer alive. This family has experienced a lot of tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
This family has experienced a great amount of loss. And then there was a little girl named Laura, a baby, who also lost her life, I believe, due to a heart defect before Lori was born.
Lolly.
Oh, and that's Lolly. Mm-hmm. Okay, Laura was Lolly. That's interesting because there is, in court, they've brought up 2 iCloud accounts, and one of them is Lori for Style and the other is Lolly Time.
Yeah.
Okay, so Laura is Lolly. So with Stacy is Melanie Udro-Pulowski's mother. She died, it looks like from diabetes is the cause of death, although my husband and I have read a lot of divorce documents.
Spit it out, Lauren.
Stacy was getting divorced from Stephen Cope, Melanie Boudreaux-Pulowski's dad, Steve Cope, and the things that Barry did. Barry assaulted Steve. Barry would write. He would pontificate. He would write very long letters to the court about this. There was a custody battle with Melanie, and in the end, it is very tragic because Stacy did pass away, and it seemed like, I'm talking from what my husband and I have uncovered, not you, but it seems like Stacy did suffer in her last years with whether depression or an eating disorder or some mental illness or family secrets. I don't know. But it is a tragic, hard thing to read, and it sounds like she was a wonderful person who lost her life early and suffered with a lot of illness. Can you tell me a little bit about
We have updates on this recording from Ballet Flats. I've been informed it was Summer's attorney that recorded the call, not Summer. So Rob and that's Rob Wood and Summer were both unaware that the conversation was being recorded. It was not a phone call. They were in person. Thank you so much for clarifying that. And I will re-clarify it before I play it. Thank you, Janice.
Her death and the experience, just what happened or what you might remember?
Well, I will say that Stacy was sickly a lot after Melanie was born, and I didn't have a whole lot of contact with her or beyond having type 1 diabetes. We didn't know, none of our family really knew exactly what her health problems were. And there was a lot of very vagueness about what the diagnosis might be and what the treatments she was undergoing. I do remember hearing at one point that Barry was administering morphine to her. And at the time, I didn't really understand the fact that that's a pretty serious drug to be giving somebody. They have to be in a lot of pain. I didn't know that at the time. And so I thought that was odd, but I couldn't imagine what illness there would be that was associated with that. Stacy did move in with her parents while they were living here in San Antonio, and seemed to be pretty sickly a lot of the time. Although I did see her from time to time, she did come to family events and she seemed to be physically fine to me. I had no idea what she might have been going through emotionally because I hadn't dealt with any of my own emotions at that point. So I was still very much in this dissociative state of
shut up.
Everything's fine. So I can't really speak to what she may have been going through at that point, but I was there when Stacy died. And all I can tell you is...
Wait a second.
The circumstances were incredibly suspicious to me at the time, even still being involved in the family.
She was there when Stacy died? I didn't know this, or I forgot this.
System. And I don't want to go into a huge amount of detail, but I will just say that I think in light of everything that's happened, we even have to go back and look at Lolly's death and say, what were the circumstances there? And we have to go back and look at everything that happened around Stacy's death.
Okay, here's a palate cleanser for you guys. I can't get it to upload right now, but this is Alex Cox singing. And this is courtesy of Ballet Flats. You guys ready? You'll never be the same after this recording.
I called Gigi.
Well, Alex, I think out of everybody in our family, had the most talent. Dude, it was really terrible. One of the worst we've ever heard. There is nobody on this planet who sings like you.
And I wish you guys could see the video because Janice made a video. It's freaking hilarious. Oh my God. Okay, listen again.
Well, Alex, I think out of everybody in our family, had the most talent.
This next one gets me. This one here. Dude, that's Alex Cox. Wait, hold on. Wait, look. It's Alex! Oh, Lord. Wow. So he had a whole account with songs that he sang. Quite a palate. I know. You can thank me later. You can thank me later. No big deal. No big deal.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
My cats don't like it. Yeah, he was not a good guy. He was not. I mean, in all seriousness. Janice Bailey Flats, do you have Lori's Hallelujah? A prostate cleanser. That's about DB. I love the DBs here. All right, here we go.
The whole family was in Hawaii. She went into DKA. She was in a coma, and nobody came home. And
nobody came from Hawaii.
Nobody came home from Hawaii. It was just me and Alex there, and my parents dealing with getting Stacy into hospice care. So we knew she was going to die because she was in hospice care. And
wait, what? You were there when she died, but you guys got her into hospice? That's not how it works, honey. Okay. This is where I'm calling bullshit because I worked in hospice for 15 years. So you fucked with the wrong one on this. Number one, no one can just sign you into hospice care. Okay? If your family's in Hawaii, ain't no fucking cousin that don't know you signing you into hospice care. It doesn't work that way. But how long was she there? That's why they put her on morphine. She was in hospice. Bing bong, right? I mean, hello?
I'm thinking to myself, if it's my own child, no matter where I am in the world, if somebody tells me that they're dying, I'm going to drop everything and get on a plane and be there. And it was days and days and days before they came home. And they ultimately...
Oh, God. My computer turned you off, Megan. My computer said no.
Really didn't get here before she died. So I have to look at all of the circumstances surrounding her death. And out of respect for her daughter who's still living and for her ex-husband who, you know, clearly loved her at least at one point. I won't go into those details right now, but I will just say that in light of everything that's happened, I've had to re-examine my entire life with them and my entire relationship with them and look at all of the dynamics and think, you know, how did this happen?
I don't want you to go into any details you don't want to go into.
You know what it sounds like to me? It sounds to me like she was already on hospice. The family went to Hawaii and this family was staying there. And hospice was probably coming in at the end of life. I wonder if she had some of the pizza Alex ordered using Stacy's card. That's what I heard. Yeah. Morphine is extremely common.
But in order to help maybe people understand why you were there, you know, to make people understand like you really were there.
Yeah.
Could you kind of explain the circumstances of just that event, that moment, and how
yeah,
you were
why
there?
don't you give us the
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So Alex lived in San Antonio at the time too, and occasionally he and I would hang out for dinner or a movie or whatever. And he came over to my house.
So she was up to her eyeballs with Alex, just like Lori was. Interesting. her and Alex were going out to dinner, going to movies.
One night, and we were watching a movie, and he just sort of stopped in the middle of the movie and told me that he'd been concerned about Stacy, he was worried about her, and would it be okay if the two of us went and checked on her? And so I went with him to Barry and Jan.
Nope. You know what I think Alex said? Stacy's not, doing so well. I'm probably go out there and get some shit from her. He was a thief. Who here believes that Alex Cox, out of the goodness of his heart, wanted to go check on Stacy because he heard she wasn't doing so well? It's either money, substances, something in it for him. That dude was not, That's weird.
Janice's house, and we found Stacy in the master bedroom in bed, and she was not responsive. So we called the paramedics, and they came and tried to revive her, and were not able to get her revived. So they took her to the hospital, and that's where we learned that she was in DKA, which is diabetic ketoacidosis.
Huh? Who was with her if the family was in Hawaii? Huh? I'm so confused.
Super high blood sugar. And given the amount of time that she had been experiencing those symptoms, they did not expect her to recover. So my parents came to the hospital, and we tried to get as much information as we could, and realized that the rest of the Cox family was in Hawaii. And
okay, so they didn't do anything to her. What happened to her? Dude, Alex shows up and then Stacy dies? Oh, fuck no. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if Alex Cox was involved in this. Kind of trauma are you really holding in, Megan? I mean, right, who was there? They walk in and she's dying? Okay, Steph says keep listening. All right, I got you. Stay with us.
So we took care of making sure that she got what she needed and that she was transferred to hospice care. We were able to get in touch with Steve, and he was able to bring Melanie to say goodbye to Stacy before she died. They got there in time, and she died just a few hours after Melanie said goodbye.
And the rest of the family remained in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Thank you. I won't ask you anymore, but thank you for explaining just why you were there and what happened. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so you were close to Alex too then. These are people that have also passed away in your life,
It sounds to me like she was closest with Alex out of all of them. Oh my God, Shortcake, yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just weird, those circumstances. She's very, she's holding things back because somebody had to be there. If the Cox family was in Hawaii, hospice is not going to allow a patient to be there with no caregiver. Okay, that's not going to happen. So somebody was there, or somebody was supposed to be there. Right, Higgins. That's what I'm saying. What kind of guilty trauma is she actually carrying around? But then she's saying that she wasn't on hospice, that they put her in the hospital, and then she was put on hospice. So did they just leave her alone with no hospice? Don't you guys find this story doesn't make much sense? There's a lot of questions around this. She's making me have more questions.
We're close to Alex. You hung out. Any thoughts
Hi,
about his death,
Auntie
or would you rather
Cheryl.
not discuss that?
I'm fine to discuss it. Honestly, the timing of it was shocking to me that they exhumed Tammy's body and he was dead a day later. I know what the official cause of death is, but you will never be able to convince me that it was just natural causes. And that, and the fact that, of course, he was immediately cremated as well. Initially, by the way, were told that
stories of death aren't usually confusing. Okay, that's the thing, right? Usually, okay, you have some kind of illness that progresses, you end up in the hospital or on hospice, you die. It's not this deep. Why are there multiple stories? Why don't we know who was exactly there when she died? We're not getting any correct information. And now she's about to tell us another version. Because she's saying now we were initially told. So now she's going to give us another version yet of Stacy's death. It doesn't make any sense. This is too much verbiage for this.
Be able to convince me that it was just natural causes. And, you know, that and the fact that, of course, he was immediately cremated as well. We initially, by the way, were told that Stacy was going to be buried at a cemetery here. And we didn't find out, my family didn't find out until years later that she had been cremated.
Yeah, and let's talk about that too. I mean, it is unusual for, it's not unheard of. It happens, but it's not as common for those of the LDS faith to cremate. Is that correct?
Right. That's my understanding. So that feels very odd. And I remember there being, there was some discussion about the cemetery, the burial plot, the cost of it. I saw the headstone that was being made up, or at least a picture of it. So, you know, we all thought, they were like, well, we're not going to bury her right away after the service.
Look at this post. Could this be any more staged? Anyone that wants to publish untruths, speculations, it's supposed to be speculations, or spread dirty gossip, go ahead, because your words cannot penetrate the truth surrounding the love that was experienced during this time in our lives. It cannot even touch it. I hope no family has to go through anything like this, but if you did, you would never judge another family about something like this again. Share truth, believe in Christ. Families are forever.
There also, I'm just remembering now, there was also a lot of talk about the cause of death, Stacy's cause of death. I remember
what?
Janice telling.
There was a lot of talk about her cause of death. Okay, see, no, this is not normal. This is not normal to have multiple talks about cause of death. This is like Lauren's brother. Why are they so weird about deaths? What? That's bizarre.
Telling us that they had found alcohol in her system, or that her blood alcohol level was high. And I didn't know at the time if there were any ramifications for diabetes and all of that. But I remember thinking that was so odd, because I really didn't think that Stacy drank at all. I didn't think there was any alcohol in the house other than, you know.
Okay, they're talking about an autopsy. And if you remember, if you were with me during Watts, there was a big to-do because Shanann had alcohol. There was alcohol in her toxicology report, and it was actually from the decomposition of her body. So that does happen. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know about this girl.
Cooking wine or something like that. So I remember that feeling really strange to me. And so there were all of these whisperings going around about whether or not she had killed herself or she tried to hurt herself. And
what?
I actually had a dream the night before her funeral service. And I just saw her face. And she said,
whoa, you had a dream when you're, whoa.
To me, I didn't do anything to hurt myself. And that was it. And I sang at her funeral. And then I was asked to give the closing prayer. And I had shared this dream with Janice and Barry. I'd shared it with my dad. And there still seemed to be this pervasive thing. Like you can always tell in a Mormon funeral, for those who've never been to one, the plan of salvation is discussed a lot. In other words, like where we came from, why we're here, and where we're going. And that's meant to be really comforting to the family. But when there's any hint or talk of suicide, the feeling is very different when the sort of plan of salvation talk is given at a funeral. And I could tell that there was just this pervasive feeling that people involved thought that she had hurt herself somehow. Mm-hmm. And so I stood up to give the closing prayer. And I just said, I want you to know that I had a dream where Stacy appeared and told me that she didn't do anything to hurt herself. And then I said the closing prayer, and that was it.
What?
I know that in the context of all of these dreams and visions and everything, that probably sounds.
Wait, what?
that she didn't do anything. I want you to know that
This is her closing prayer. This is what she said. How fucking embarrassing.
thought that she had hurt herself somehow. And so I stood up to give the closing prayer. And I just said, I want you to know that I had a dream where Stacy appeared and told me that she didn't do anything to hurt herself. And then I said the closing prayer, and that was it.
Oh my God, look at Lauren. Oh, so it runs in the family. You said that at a fucking funeral? Here, let me give you the link to this one, Steph, and you can... hold on. Wow, this is wild. Whew. There's the link to this video.
I know that in the context of all of these dreams and visions and everything, that probably sounds like you're just as kooky as the rest of them. But at the time, it brought me a lot of comfort.
Oh my God. Whoa.
That probably sounds like you're just as kooky as the rest of them.
Yeah. I think it was Summers. Sleuthy, she has like 150,000 different looks. It's part of a mental illness, I believe. Oh, at least she called a spade a spade. That's right, Higgs.
But at the time, it brought me a lot of comfort because I didn't think that Stacy, knowing what I know now about mental health, this is not a statement anybody can make, really. But at the time, I thought Stacy would never hurt herself. I don't think she would ever hurt herself. I remember being like very just disturbed by all of the circumstances, and not knowing how to make sense of it. And also feeling really helpless because in this family culture, we can't talk about those things. We can't discuss what really happened. We can't discuss how people really felt about it. It was not safe for me to ask, how was she in the days and weeks leading up to this? Like, what was she feeling? What was she talking about? You know, what did the family talk about? And things that I've heard from other family members.
Yeah, this is the judgment of someone who wants to be a life coach at $500 an hour. Right, brought her comfort. What about everybody else? She doesn't care. That's why she doesn't need to be life coaching and trauma dumping her bullshit that she's made up in her little mind over the course of her life and dumping it onto subscribers. Come on. Just no.
Since then, you know, and knowing that Barry and Janice would just tell her, like, maybe it's just your time to go, and maybe you were not meant to live that long. You know, those kinds of things. Just wrapping that up all together, I think it was my subconscious's way of trying to make sense of it. You know, of trying to make it okay and make it safe, because the other explanation felt very unsafe to me.
Something didn't feel right. Something didn't fit.
Yeah. Let me say one thing real quick about Alex's death.
Please.
I remember.
Wait, was that an edit?
That he had passed away.
Hold on.
I listened to the 911.
Hold on. Was that an edit right there?
Let me say one thing real.
Didn't fit.
Yeah. Let me say one thing real quick about Alex's death.
Please.
I don't know if that was an edit or not. It seems kind of like it. But yeah, tell us a little bit about Alex.
I remember hearing that he had passed away. I listened to the 911 recording, which I found super disturbing, but it had sort of these echoes of when Charles was killed and Alex claimed not to know how to do CPR. And then when Alex died and the kid calling in said he didn't know how to do CPR or couldn't or wouldn't or something.
Oh, I just noticed something, you guys. This was not live. This was a premiere. So this was a pre-record with edits, and then it was premiered. So this was not a live stream.
Something like that.
He had anxiety and couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Let me know when he's flat on his back, and we're going to give you...
Megan, you discussed me. I lost my friend to juvenile diabetes at 39. Her eyes gone, her kidneys gone, several heart attacks. Young people die of diabetes daily. Educate your ignorant self. R.I.P. Janelle.
Thank you, Flo, and I'm sorry about your friend. It is true, though, what Flo just said. And we heard that Stacy did have an eating disorder, so that could factor in as well. I haven't noticed a ton of, that was the first edit I really noticed. So I don't know. But yeah, it was a premiere. And thank you so much, Flo, for your cooter chat.
Give you instructions, okay?
Okay. I don't
Okay.
think I could do that, man.
I know this is difficult, but you're only helping him, okay?
This poor
I know
kid.
the
I
paramedic.
don't think I could
What
do
is
that.
your
I have
name?
Anxiety and depression.
Okay, what's your name?
Anxiety and depression, I can't.
What is your name?
My name's Joseph.
I had these echoes of the two things, you know, and
Echoes.
afterwards, I remember having this struggle of like, is there going to be a family funeral? Am I going to be expected to attend?
Oh my God.
Your name?
Anxiety and depression, I can't.
What is your name?
My name's Joseph.
What was the point of that clip?
Had these echoes of the two things, you know.
The echoes of the two things. What does that mean? There was something edited out. It doesn't make sense. I have these echoes of the two things. It was edited.
It out. It out. It out.
I don't know. Hold on.
No.
Okay. I don't
Okay.
think I could do that, man.
I know this is difficult, but you're only helping him, okay? I know the
I
paramedic.
don't think I could
What
do
is
that.
your
I have
name?
Anxiety and depression.
Okay, what's your name?
Anxiety and depression, I can't.
What is your name?
My name's Joseph.
I had these echoes of the two things, you know, and afterwards, I remember having this struggle of like, is there going to be a family funeral? Am I going to be expected to attend? How do I even feel about that? You know, showing up for somebody that I believe has done horrible things.
Oh. What do you know? What do you know? Because you were going to dinner and fucking movies with him. See, this is where she's hiding shit. And the truth will set you free, sister. Because you can sit there, you can try to life coach, you can try to cover it up, you can turn on your red light, all you want. The truth shall set you free, sister. And that is only thing that will set your ass free. Because you know more than you're saying, girl. Christina Mack in the house. Who's that on the left? This is Lauren's 1,260th personality.
And when you say horrible things, you mean that he was part of Tylee and JJ and Tammy's demise or something else?
Well, I personally did not ever feel that Charles being killed was self-defense. So I believed that he and Lori had planned that.
Okay, what else? Allegedly.
Innocent until proven guilty, all of.
Yeah, that was Zalima's poor little son who has anxiety and depression and had to go in there and find Alex covered in his own poop. Ugh.
But the circumstances are incredibly suspicious, of course.
Gotcha.
What else?
You know,
what else?
Alex bought a gun a few days prior. He had no reason to be staying with Lori. But, you know, it's self-defense is a justifiable homicide. And it's, you know, I feel like a lot of the things that have been done between Lori and Alex and Chad are like justification for whatever it is that they wanted to do or to accomplish or to have or to be. They found some way to justify it. And so this was.
Oh, that's bomber. I just noticed that. They both try to look like Lori. You're so right. Ew. I can't unsee it. Yeah, she looks off to the side a lot. She's got a pattern. I'm starting to learn Megan's pattern. I don't really listen to her. I don't know. I kind of tune out half what she says. But her body language and her patterns is what I'm really picking up on. And boy, oh boy, she does. Their hair. Ugh. They look like her when she was in jail. Like Lori looks better than them in jail than they do on the outside. That's a crazy thought. Was this BC or, oh, it looked like she has that little ball in there. Trying to find a picture where they both resemble her. Let's keep listening.
This was a way of getting that done. I also know Lori to be somebody who is incredibly ambitious and who would do anything to get what she wanted, including manipulating people, including throwing other people under the bus, letting other people take the fall for her, whatever. So while all of these circumstances are incredibly disturbing, unfortunately, they're not surprising.
You know what's really disturbing? Oh, boy. I know you say that's just a Mormon thing, blah, blah, blah. However, y'all are going to shit your pants because oh my God, if we go back in time, oh my God, I'm sweating. I'm having a hot flash from this. I need to be on camera so you guys visually witness what I'm going through right now. I'm visibly going through it because of Megan. Whew. Oh my God. This video, listen, if you go and look through time, their looks change with like Lori's. Watch this. Watch this. Okay, watch. I'm going to pull up a picture. This is February 2023 of Lori Vallow. You ready? Oh, fuck. It's not working. Damn it. Okay, here, I'll show you this way. Dude, it's weird. It's like I can't pull them up at the same time for some reason, but look at this photo of Lori. Oh my word. Hold on. Right here. This one. Can you see it? This one right here. See her hair? See it? How it got darker? Look. This is April 2023. This is Lori Vallow, February 2023. That's creepy. And that was after Lori, that was when she was in Arizona, 2023. So they were following the looks. Oh, there's Kay. They were following the looks of Lori. Ew.
Crazy. So believing that Alex had participated in,
good to see you.
In Charles's death, we didn't know yet what had happened to the kids.
Oof, that's creepy.
But then
I wonder if we went back in time and looked at when Lauren changed, if she changed, because she's always looked like Lori. I've always called her Lauren Daybell or Lauren Vallow. Like before all this stuff broke with Christina, my nickname with me and like my mods and stuff, I'd call her Lauren Daybell. I mean, yeah, you could say it's a Mormon style, but I don't know. I don't know. Woo! I'd try my best to not look like my cousin who murdered, and then sit here and start a YouTube career based on her. Yikes.
Brandon had been shot at. That was suspected to be Alex. All signs were pointing to him, having a hand in all of these things. And
Me too,
we didn't get
Crazy
contacted
Marine.
about any kind of a funeral or memorial service. And then Janice's later comment was that she only invited people who didn't believe he was a murderer. So it was a very small group of people. I was like, that should tell you something.
Right. I saw a slideshow for his funeral that was on YouTube for a moment. I think it was taken down or made private of his life. And there's pictures of him with his nieces and nephews. But JJ and Tylee don't appear in the slideshow. I'd be curious your thoughts as someone who understands this family system. Is that an avoidant thing? Is that an unspoken thing? And I know you probably haven't even seen the slideshow, but it's long. It shows his life. It was allegedly a memorial for him from his funeral. I believe it was posted by Summer. It was unlisted, so she didn't realize that somebody found it and long. So then it was made private. So I don't think she meant it to ever be seen by strangers like me.
Yeah,
but it was, a typical thing at a funeral where it goes through his life, childhood, growing up, and again, as he got older, it showed him as an uncle with his nieces and nephews, but it never showed JJ and it never showed Tylee. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it would make sense that they would want to avoid any appearance of him appearing with JJ and Tylee in case it could be used against them later or something like that. So that would make sense to me. I find it interesting that there was a slideshow done and a memorial done and all of that, and like 95% of the family was not included. I believe it was just Barry and Janice and Summer and maybe Adam. I don't know if Adam went or not.
I think I found that on YouTube. I found a bunch of unlisted videos back in the day.
But is certainly telling that, again, we're keeping the family secrets. Like, we're not going to get together and have a memorial service and speculate about what may or may not have happened. We're not going to tell anybody that we're having a service. We're not going to tell anybody we're cremating him. It's just pretty typical for the family system, unfortunately.
Okay. And again, not being here to even watch their daughter's trial. That's sort of around this kind of the same thing. Let's not even.
Christina, that's a good point. Things Lauren shared in private. You don't think someone is lying to you when they're sharing things with you and your friends. But alas, I found out the hard way. That's just like maniacal to do that. Weird.
Go or address this sort of, or is it sort of the similar of, we're going to stay in Hawaii while our daughter is dying? Stacy, I'm referring to. And
yeah, that avoidant behavior. It's, I can't comment on why exactly they're not there at the trial, but I can imagine. I mean, I cannot imagine Janice and Barry showing up to be vilified in public.
Okay.
I can't imagine them having the courage to stand by their daughter, guilty or innocent, either one, but just to physically be present for her.
Yeah, to support her by being present.
By being present and just by saying, you're our daughter and we love you.
A lot of people have questions at Lori now, and you've made it clear that...
Oh, I missed the first part. These two controlled me so much more of the public narrative than people even realize. I think that was one of the hard moments, was realize some of my opinions around this case were made because of things Lauren shared in private. You don't think someone's lying when they're sharing things with you when you're friends. That makes more sense.
You haven't talked to her in many years. You definitely haven't talked to her since this all happened. A lot of people wonder, how could this, it comes down to opinion, but it is a popular opinion that Lori was the more attractive one, that Chad seemed like a bit of a dud if she loved money, if she was materialistic, if she was so beautiful. Chad was somebody that lived a more simple life. He was in Rexburg. He didn't have money. He wasn't gregarious like Charles was. We've heard that he simply just wasn't Lori's type from some people that are friends with Lori. What is it that you
we got
might
more,
think that Lori
guys. We
saw
got
in
more.
Chad?
I think she absolutely saw an opportunity for her to it's no secret that she and Charles were already having problems before she met Chad. Although the timing of, when she started reading the books and all that kind of stuff, we don't know exactly when she started becoming enamored of his writings in relation to when she and Charles really started having problems. And maybe someone out there does know better than I do. Because like you said, I haven't had a lot of contact with her in recent years. But, I think she absolutely saw an opportunity for her to attach herself to someone that she believed had spiritual power. And I think there's sort of this concept of the black and white thinking, the right and wrong thinking, is something that developmentally that kids go through in their early teenage years, those kind of middle school years where the rules are super important and justice is super important and fairness is super important. And I wouldn't be surprised if she had, some traumatic experiences at that time in her life that sort of left her mentally stuck there. And that overdeveloped sense of right and wrong, of black and white, certainly is fueled by the doctrine of the Mormon Church. And I think that she really, like we've talked about, she really wanted to be good. She wanted to appear to be good, but she also wanted what she wanted. And I think for her, it's, appearances were super important. Her own attractiveness was super important. For other people to perceive her as attractive and beautiful and special and important, those were really, really.
Oh my God, all she talks about is how they look and blah, 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 blah. The fact that the aunt and grandmother of the victims were vilified the way they were is literally insane. And as much as I hate to admit it, I did believe Lauren, Summer, and Janice did not deserve this. I agree with that. I think that Megan has crossed a lot of lines. I know there might be a package here. Cindy Lou, please like the stream if you are here, guys. Please. It really does help. That's all I ask.
Really important things to her. Money was really, really important to her. And, the power that she had over family members and other people in her life to sort of manipulate them into doing the things that she wanted so that she could get what she wanted. And I think she saw an opportunity to latch on to some of these more extreme spiritual beliefs, because when you're in a church system that talks about heavenly visitations and personal revelation, Joseph Smith was just a regular kid when he said that he saw God. And I think that there's a lot of danger in that, because then you have other people who are just regular people who know that all they have to do in order to seem more important is to say they've had a vision of some kind, you know, or to have some kind of heavenly visitation, or to have some kind of revelation that nobody else has. And I think that Lori latched onto that. And I also think that Chad told her exactly what she wanted to hear.
Yeah.
You know, she was a goddess.
Oh,
she was married to Moroni in a past
baby
life.
girl.
You know, and you notice it's never like, oh, you were.
Oh my God, I don't even know if I can finish this one. We've got better things to cover. Okay, so get this. Oh, this is a loaded one, y'all. We're stopping that one there. I can't do it no more. But what I can do is bring you a wonderful, wonderful nugget. This is where she goes into greater detail. But not only that, look who's on with her. Hold it. Hold the phone. Oh, my goodness. Let's switch gears. We've got Lori Hellis, Joel, Megan, and Susan Hendricks. We're switching gears. Oh, my goodness. Okay. This says, Lori Vallow Daybell's cousin speaks out. She says, quote, I immediately called the FBI and I said, I think Alex did this. This was April 11th, 2025, a year ago. Hendricks. A year ago. Look at her. She's sitting next to a fucking outlet. Bzz, bzz. Maybe she'll stick her finger in there. Here we go. Let's watch it.
Your husband, who was so good to you, is you convince your brother to shoot him dead.
Wait, hold on. How does this start?
And she's losing sight of
that's how it starts with Christian. This is the beginning of the, it's just a clip. Okay. This is an 8-minute clip. Sure, this isn't very long. It just starts with Susan. Susan's going to ask her a question, and then she's going to tell us all about it. All right, so here we go. Colette, don't make fun of her dentures. She's still getting used to them 3 years later.
And she's losing sight of
These
your
nuts.
husband, who was so good to you, is you convince your brother to shoot him dead. He's dead. That's what this is about. So you lose sight kind of when you're sitting there going, what is happening? How could she do this? I would be mortified to stand up there.
Oh, my God.
The normal feelings that people would have, she doesn't have. That's what it appears from my perspective.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I don't know anything about this question here, but I'm going to pose it since it's there.
Oh, my God. I just almost spit out my Diet Coke, Christina. I love when you're so innocent. Is that really what it is? Dentures? Okay. So Joel clearly, as usual, has no clue. But Island Girl asks, do you think there's any truth that Alex was involved in his sister's death? Here we go.
Do you think there's any truth that Alex was involved in his sister's death, Megan?
Well, so Stacy died in 1998, and the circumstances were incredibly suspicious. And I was there with Alex, and the rest of the family was in Hawaii.
I'm getting a drink.
So Alex lived in San Antonio at the time. He had his own apartment, and we would hang out from time to time. But he kind of called me out of the blue one night and said, hey, do you want to watch a movie? And I'll grab some takeout. I said, sure, come on over. About halfway through the movie, he stops the show and he said, hey, I've been really worried about Stacy lately. She's been really depressed. And she told me she was a type 1 diabetic. Alex said she told me that she was going to just take a big shot and go to bed. Would you please come with me and check on her and see if she's okay? And I said, sure, of course, I would be happy to go with you. So we drove over to the Cox's house. When we went inside, Alex immediately went upstairs to the main bedroom, but Stacy's bedroom was downstairs. So he knew she was up there. We got up there and he tried to shake Stacy awake and she would not respond. And I saw her breathing, but she was breathing very shallow.
Hold on.
I also tried to wake her up, and while I was doing that, Alex was calling 911 already.
Oh my God. What? Okay, wait a second. I thought that Stacy died in California. Why did I think they were in California? Am I wrong on that? I thought I saw that she died in California, not in Texas.
We're going to count the money.
Thank you, Kristen. Goddamn denture impersonation gold. Well, thank you so much, Christian. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate your support so much. She died in San Antonio? I thought I read the police reports and they were California. But it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Okay. Thank you. All right, here we go.
And the paramedics came. They came upstairs. They started cutting away her clothes immediately. So they already knew this was very serious. I had no idea what was going on. I was shocked that I was like, she's still breathing.
Okay, so Steph says, no, the family went to California and left Stacy in San Antonio, but I thought the family was in Hawaii. She said in the other thing that it was Hawaii. But she said the family was in Hawaii, not California. What is going on? Look at her stubby fingers. Cindy. They were in Hawaii. Okay, they were in Hawaii. Okay. Allegedly.
She must be okay. She was clearly not. The paramedics took.
I think Alex had already been there. If they were in close driving proximity, look. I thought she was in a hospital in California, and I thought that was where she passed. But listen, there's more to this, you guys. There's more to this because this changes everything. I thought that Alex was in another state. Alex was in driving distance of Stacy. The whole family leaves and the hitman moves in. That's my opinion. What the hell? No, dude, was Alex like the hitman? Like, was he doing dirty shit? You don't find that to be sus? That he stayed behind? He was supposed to be caring for her and then she dies? Okay, lad, let's back up. Let's go back. This is sus. Oh my God.
And I was there with Alex, and the rest of the family was in Hawaii. So Alex lived in San Antonio at the time. He had his own apartment, and we would hang out from time to time. But he kind of called me out of the blue one night and said, "Hey, do you want to watch a movie? And I'll grab some takeout." I said, "Sure, come on over." About halfway through the movie, he stops the show and he said, "Hey, I've been really worried about Stacy lately. She's been really depressed." And she told me she was a type 1 diabetic. Alex said she told me that she was going to just take a big shot and go to bed. Would you please?
I bet you if they located his whereabouts, I think Alex gave her a big shot and she went to bed. And then he called her up. "Hey, can you go with me so you're my witness? So you're my witness that when you got there, she was almost dead. So when we came over here, you're with me. I have a witness. It wasn't just me." He set the whole fucking thing up, I think. Oh my God.
Please come with me and check on her and see if she's okay. And I said, "Sure, of course, I would be happy to go with you." So we drove over to the Cox's house.
Wow.
When we went inside, Alex immediately.
They even drove together. He got her in the car with him.
We went upstairs to the main bedroom, but Stacy's bedroom was downstairs, so he knew she was up there. We got up there and he tried to shake Stacy awake and she would not respond. And I saw her breathing, but she was breathing very shallow. I also tried to wake her up. And while I was doing that, Alex was calling 911 already. And the paramedics came. They came upstairs. They started cutting away her clothes immediately. So they already knew that this was very serious. I had no idea what was going on. I was shocked that I was like, she's still breathing. She must be okay. She was clearly not. The paramedics took her. We followed the ambulance to the hospital. I called my parents to come and join us there because her family was all in Hawaii. Janice, very.
I know. Look at Hellas's face. She's like, I think even Hendrix is like, I don't know.
Stacy, Lori, and Colby were all in Hawaii. Colby was a child at the
Hold on, who was?
To the hospital. I called my parents to come and join us there because her family was all in Hawaii. Janice, Barry, Stacy, Lori, and Colby were all in Hawaii. Colby was a child at the time, by the way. And a few hours later, the doctors came out and told us that she was in a diabetic coma and that she.
Why on earth? Okay, no, there's more to this. This family, I'm sorry. There's more to this in this incident because it's unfathomable to leave your daughter on her deathbed. Unfathomable. Good evening, Miss Potato. I think she means summer, yeah. But it's unfathomable. I can't slice it any way to make it okay or normal. Why? I mean, we know that they were in Hawaii. That's fucking weird. I could never imagine that. Like, hey, we're just going to go to Hawaii. All of us. All of us. That is weird.
She was not going to recover. And my parents arranged for hospice care for her. And the Coxes did not come home from Hawaii. They stayed.
Oh, that is.
How old was she?
She was 31 years old.
Oh my gosh.
And
okay, Susan is buying all of it, but I don't know if Lori is.
Here's this. This is 99. I'm sorry, 1999.
1998.
98.
Yeah. So my parents and I took shifts with her in hospice care. Her ex-husband, Steve, was able to get her daughter, Melanie, and bring her to say goodbye. And Stacy died shortly after Melanie said goodbye to her. And the parents and everybody else came home a couple of days later.
This is the obvious question here. Did the parents, do we know, did they have a life insurance policy on her? Or did
I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know about that, but I do know. So a lot of people don't know a lot about Stacy. I loved her. I thought she was a beautiful soul. She was a beautiful young woman. She had a lot of
I mean, for fairness, I would love to hear Summer's side of the story too. I mean, this is Summer's sister they're talking about. This is her cousin. I would love to hear Summer's side of things. They mentioned morphine because she was on hospice. That's very, very, very common. Most people who are on hospice at the end of life, they receive morphine drips. But I would love to hear from Stacy's actual sister, because let me tell you this. I have a sister who passed away at 23 years old, and I'll be damned if one of my cousins would lie on her. I would definitely set this record straight. I would stand up for my deceased sister in a hot Utah moment. I would. Ski Utah.
Health issues, as far as I could tell. I'm not diagnosing, obviously, but she also had an eating disorder. She was, again, a type 1 diabetic, and she had the eating disorder was something that came along with that.
Okay, so it sounds to me that, yeah, I agree with that too, Christina. There is a whole nother aspect to that. And the fact that this is a high profile case, right? Summer needs to come to Cooterville and give us an interview. I would love to interview Summer. I've always had like a soft spot for Summer. Like, I don't see any reason to vilify Summer. Summer didn't kill anyone. I mean, if Summer is guilty of anything, it's being born into a family that she didn't have a choice of. Like all of us, okay? You know that saying, you can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family? That's how I think of Summer. I mean, what did we want? What did we expect Summer to do? Summer was raised in this mess with all the rest of them. You know? I just think that in hindsight, we definitely put a lot of pressure on people who weren't there. You know what I mean? As far as, you know, what Lori did. As far as that. I just think that sometimes there's a blurred line between being a victim and being a victim's family member, right? Or being a murderer's family member. And I always go back to the Watts case. His family, his sister, his parents were vilified for what he did. They weren't even in the same state. They were nowhere near. But yet they were blamed because they didn't get along with Shanann when she was alive. How unfair is that? Mother-in-law, daughter-in-law problems are so common. You know, and his mother made the mistake of being honest about the relationship, and it backfired on her because the timing was bad. But again, there's another case where they got mixed up with social media creators, people on Facebook, who set up an interview that Cindy Watts was not prepared to do. And it set the course for the entire case. Set the course for the entire case. The narrative was set. And that's why everybody says she's strange and they're weird. They're not weird. She didn't like her. That's all. That's all. She was just honest. But, you know, people get vilified for being honest, but then we get mad when they fluff us, right? Would you rather her lie to you, or would you rather hear the truth? Because I'd rather hear the truth. Because when I hear the truth, then I can put a whole picture together of what was going on in the dynamics. But when people lie, you can't put the shit together. That's why we're still talking about damn Daybell all these years later, because it's been lie after lie after lie. Yeah, it made her look evil. She should have never sat in front of that camera. And if you guys knew the truth, that she hid in a closet before that interview and didn't even want to do it because someone on Facebook set it up for her and the media came to her house. Oh, no. Anyways, back to this.
It's a specific condition. I don't remember the name of it at the moment.
I digress.
But she also, you know, in the divorce, lost custody of her daughter. And I think things got worse for her mental health wise as that went on. And she was very sickly a lot. And I think Barry and Janice viewed her as a liability, as a burden. And they told her on more than one occasion that maybe you're just not meant to live a long life. Maybe it's just your time to go. And in my opinion, having experienced that, once everything started happening with Lori and Alex,
tell us more.
I made that connection in my mind. And I immediately called the FBI and said, I think that Alex did this. And
so in your gut, you think that Alex was responsible for Stacy's death?
100%. That's my experience. I know there are lots of family members who disagree with me on that, but I was the only family member that was there.
Wow. And what about, I mean, Alex's own death is suspicious. Do you have any feelings about that?
I know that it's been ruled natural causes, bilateral pulmonary.
What?
And Alex, I made that connection in my mind, and I immediately called the FBI and said, I think that Alex did this.
You called the FBI and turned Alex in? You knew Alex did this? What the fuck did you base that on? Makes you wonder what she knew. If that's true, Megan, you owe an explanation of why you would think that. And if you did, you must know a lot more than you're leading on. I don't know if she's saying this just to fit in. She was there and Alex isn't, right?
And
so
oh my God, Joel said,
and said, I think that Alex did this. And
so in your gut, you think that Alex was responsible for Stacy's death?
100%. That's my experience. I know there are lots of family members who disagree with me on that, but I was the only family member that was there.
Wow. And what about, I mean, Alex's own death is suspicious. Do you have any feelings about that?
I know that it's been ruled natural causes, bilateral pulmonary embolism, but you will never be able to convince me that he died of natural causes. Not ever. Yeah. One day after Tammy Daybell's body was exhumed.
Yeah.
And one day after he received a blessing from Chad that told him that he would know when it was time to move on to the next life.
What about Joe Ryan, too?
I don't believe that was an accident either. Or I don't believe it was natural. I should say it's been ruled natural, and the police have investigated twice, and twice have come back and said that it was natural causes. But you cannot ever convince me in the light of everything that we know. And he died in 2018, just prior to all of these things happening. So you will not ever be able to convince me that that was natural either.
Wow. Okay, we're going to play a clip here with...
Thank you, Lindsay. We need some Lysol in the chat.
Adam. This is Lori's brother. They talk about it on the stand. He didn't even remember the last time he saw her, but it was like 7-8 years ago. I've had Adam on the...
I heal best by saying things out loud, so this helps me as well.
Wait, why did you cut that, Joel? Fuck. That was definitely an edit right there.
He didn't even remember the last time he saw her, but it was like 7-8 years ago. I've had Adam on the...
I heal best by saying things out loud, so this helps.
Something about Adam he must have had to cut out. What the fuck?
And he didn't even remember the last time he saw her, but it was like 7-8 years ago. I've had Adam on the...
I heal best by saying things out loud, so this helps me as well. And also, this is a little bit of exposure therapy, you know, being here to witness the evidence firsthand and to hear the people, to allow people's words and voices to resonate in my cells is really important. And I said this morning, you know, I consider myself to be a pretty strong and resilient person, but I was not okay this morning. And it's going to take me some time to process through this again, because I've done a lot of work to get where I am. I thought I was going to be really prepared.
Me.
For how I was going to feel when the evidence came out. But I was honestly devastated. And I am going to call my therapist, you know.
Oh, my God. Look at Hellas. She's like, girl, you need to hang up and call your therapist, right? Meow. Joel's like, have we gotten any super chats, COE? Susan's like, oh, can I interview you on my YouTube channel?
It's going to take some time. But the good thing is that the amount of work that I've done from the moment of trauma or depression or difficulty to the moment of healing, that timeline has gotten a lot shorter since I've done all of this work. And I'm going to sleep fine tonight. It's hard. It's really hard to go through this. But the more that I allow myself to face the truth, the faster I heal.
Oh, my God.
And I think there's a lesson in that for a lot of people. It's hard. None of us want to believe that our family members are horrible people. None of us want to believe that people we know and love are capable of doing something like this to people we know and love. It's incredibly difficult to wrap your brain around that and practice radical acceptance. But to me, that's the very best way to do it. For me, it's the only way to do it.
Whoa. That was a lot, Megan. Holy cow. Okay, what's the consensus in chat? You guys think it's bullshit? You think it's bullshit, or do you think it's true? I think she knows more about Alex. Let's do a poll. You guys want to do a poll? we're going to do a poll. We're going to listen. Yes, close your legs, hit the like button. We're going to listen to this call that was recorded by Summer's attorney. Okay? I want you guys to vote in my poll. Let me get this pulled up. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here we go. This is Lori Vallow's sister's lawyer in the same room with the prosecutor, Rob Wood. And this was recorded by her lawyer. And it was leaked. And this is the leaked recording. You ready?
Okay. Well, the conversation, the recording of that's been admitted in the hearing, so you can go ahead and publish that at this time, Mr. Pryor, if you so choose.
And Mr. Means, you had spoken to me earlier this morning and indicating that you had that available.
Oh, this was in court?
I would defer to you if you could record, if you could publish that for us, please, sir.
Will do.
They're the ones kind of running down the kid's case because they were last seen in Rexburg. Or were last living in Rexburg.
Right.
Tylee was last seen in Yellowstone, but
Hold on. I got to boost this audio a little bit. He just said Tylee was last seen in Yellowstone. Hold on.
And so we were the ones that knew everything about the case. And so they assigned us on that. I'm just going to tell you right now, we are going to be filing conspiracy to commit murder charges against both Chad and Lori.
Good.
And we're not shy about that. I've told their attorneys. Okay. His attorney keeps pretending like I've never said that. Whatever. What? But we have to.
Yeah.
We have to. But I kind of want to give you a little bit of background of where we are and kind of our kind of theory of how this ended up where it was. We know that this is not the same Lori everyone else knew.
How have I never heard this?
What's so strange to me is everyone we talked to who knew Lori before this, well, she was primary president. She made quilts for these kids.
No, this is Rob Wood, the prosecutor in the Daybell case, talking about Lori to her sister. I guess I can take this. Hold on. I guess it's kind of confusing having this on the screen. Let me take that down. Okay, this is just audio only. I'm sorry.
She made everything fun. Mm-hmm. Everyone loved her. She loved everyone.
Great mom.
Great mom. That's what everyone says. And so the one thing I'm going to kind of ask you to consider is maybe something happened. I don't know what.
This was put on the internet 2 years ago. I mean, I could give y'all the link, but I'm not going to show the video. But here, you can have it. It's right here.
I don't know if it's psychological. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know. But something happened, and I think Colby, the way he said it to me, I think it's kind of it's like the person who's in that jail cell is not my mom, it's someone else.
Yeah.
The flip side of that is that I shouldn't say the flip side, but I want to be clear. I'm not going to pull any punches on any defendant in this case, right? I've got my job to do. And,
absolutely.
But we also want the truth and the whole truth and the context of it.
Thank you,
and
Denise.
Chad Daybell is. Did you ever meet Chad?
So I met him once at a preparing people. I went to one preparing people thing, and my mom and husband and I went to support Lori, and she wanted to support Mel, so we went and met Chad after he talked for 90 seconds, maybe, if that. And then he called me when Lori got transferred to the Idaho jail. He texted me and said Lori wanted to talk to me, and I was like, yeah. And then the second I hung up with her, he called me to ask me about bail for Lori. So I've talked to him maybe 3 times briefly on the phone, never a long extended conversation. But the first thing he said to me when he called me was that he said, Lori hasn't told me very much about the kids, so there's not really much I can tell you about it.
Right. Of course you said that. Well, welcome to Chad Daybell. So what I want to
I
kind of
have I have my own opinions formed of him.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
He's highly manipulative.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm not going to say he's highly intelligent, but you don't have to be highly intelligent to be highly manipulative.
Absolutely.
He is extremely manipulative, and I want to. Your sister manipulated him in some ways too, but the context for everything that happened came from Chad.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, we have enough evidence to prosecute him, and we are. The case against your sister is stronger. But
there, I put Rob on the screen so you know who's talking.
I kind of want to give you that background. That's kind of the context we see this as. Like, this guy came in here, and again, I'm not making excuses for anyone, but kind of blew up this situation.
Mm-hmm.
And he did not care who died, who got hurt. He did not care at all. And the other thing I'm going to tell you is your sister truly believes that everything she's done has been done in righteousness.
I know.
And I know I'm kind of using LDS speak.
Yeah, that's 100%. That's my interpretation also. Yeah. I think she 100%.
She does sound a lot like Lori, but I don't know Lori. And I've never really thought that deeply about if she was manipulated or not, to be honest with you. Like, it was never really, this conversation they're having is not what I've ever really thought about in great detail about this case. I know a lot of you guys haven't followed this case, but I've never really thought about the level of manipulation because I don't know Chad. I can't see even being manipulated by that dweeb, but then I look at all the people that were, Thank you, Janice. Megan talked about it on Mormon Stories. Oh God, she was on there. That's right. Colette says, I don't think their case was super strong against Chad. I read all the FOIA and texts. I would personally disagree that he was the mastermind. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you, Glass, for that information.
She believes it.
Mm-hmm.
Every once in a while, you'll see kind of a little crack in like a jail phone call. Or she'll.
Well, you've heard our conversation, so you know that I get that she's not fully aware of what she's really done.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think she is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say it this way. I think she knows what she's done.
She knew enough to lie to us about it.
Yeah, but the context under which it was done was this religious, just these ideas that are out there. I can say this because I am LDS, like no basis in the LDS faith. You said it in your phone call to her. So
the prosecutor was LDS?
Anyway, that's kind of where we're at. And but again, we're just really grateful for you coming in. And it's going to be hard to talk about these things.
Oh, yeah.
We know that. And they're going to be nice. Because obviously, you're not even a person of interest.
Yeah, we've had that conversation.
Yeah. And, but part of what we need to do is understand when you have a case like this, it's not like just like a meth case, like, oh, you had meth, no one cares who you are.
Yeah, there's no drugs, no alcohol.
Yeah.
It's just
but this case is we need to understand the context of who these people are.
Yeah.
And so that's a lot of what they're going to be asking you about.
Okay.
And
I'll do my best.
I know it's going to be a hard interview for you, but
I was wondering if you would be willing to tell me, if you're able to tell me, if there's any progress in what you know about Tylee and her death. Is there any progress in her autopsy where you understand better?
All I can tell, well,
I mean, do you have a cause yet, or is it close to one?
She is at the FBI's state-of-the-art crime lab. Unfortunately, there's a lot of deceased bodies there that they're going through.
I'm sure.
And so we're not, we don't know really any more yet. And we may never know due to the the destruction of that body. And yeah, we hope we'll find out. We may not, but obviously we know it's her. There was soft tissue that was still preserved enough to do DNA tests.
Yeah, I'm thankful you guys found them. Like,
Yeah.
we wouldn't have ever known.
Yeah.
And I would have never dreamed that she would have ever heard them. So,
You know what? And everyone says that.
yeah.
That's what everybody says. I never would have. So it's a tragic thing.
It really is, yeah.
And but I just want you to know how grateful we are. I know you don't have to talk to us, and so we're just grateful that you're willing to and helping us that way. And I'm sure kind of difficult knowing like they're asking you for information that's going to help them in a case against your sister, but I guess
that says a lot. She didn't have to cooperate and she didn't have to talk to anybody, and she did. Yeah, you guys can have the link. I'll put it in the chat right now.
the thing I want you to know is our whole goal is just justice for these kids, you know, and we, I mean, our hope as it comes to it, your sister's actually made some overtures. She might be willing to talk to us.
I hope she does. I pray for that all the time.
We hope she does.
Yeah.
She actually was talking with Chad about talking to us before we found the bodies, just a few days before, and he talked her out of it, which is too bad. It would have been better for her to tell us.
Yeah, sure would have been.
I mean, we were actually just finishing up our warrant on the day that she said that. We were just getting ready to go out there, but it would have been, you know, that would have been even better, and he talked her out of it.
Yeah.
And then the night before, she says to him again, like, hey, what do you think about, you know, and he uses this kind of, I call it spiritual abuse, spiritual manipulation.
Yeah.
You know, we've all seen that guy in the LDS religion whose wife has to obey him because he has the priesthood type thing. And that's not what he says, but it's the same type of thing. You know, well,
I didn't know that Lori was going to talk. Did you guys know that?
Visionary guy. So, you know, anyway, again, I just wanted to meet with you real quick, introduce myself and Mackenzie.
I've obviously seen you.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't take any joy in doing anything that's going to harm her. I don't take joy in her spending her life in prison. There's nothing.
Sure.
It hurts to think about her being in there.
There's nothing good about a case like this.
There's
right?
nothing good about it.
Even if you win a case, like Garrett's been in court, like there's cases, even as a prosecutor, like you take to trial and you win, and you're like, even at the end, you're like, well, nothing good is. It's all bad.
Yeah.
It's all bad.
The one thing, you know, I said this to someone the other day who knows your sister is.
I kind of want to hear that part again.
She does.
Yeah.
She actually was talking with Chad about talking to us before we found the bodies, just a few days.
She was talking with Chad. Wow, I never heard that before.
I hope she does. I pray for that all the time.
We hope she does.
Yeah.
She actually was talking with Chad about talking to us before we found the bodies, just a few days before, and he talked her out of it, which is too bad. It would have been better for her to tell us.
Yeah, sure would have been.
I mean, we were actually just finishing up our warrant on the day that she said that. We were just getting ready to go out there, but it would have been, you know, that would have been even better, and he talked her out of it.
Yeah.
And then the night before, she says to him again, like, hey, what do you think about, you know, and he uses this kind of, I call it spiritual abuse, spiritual manipulation.
Yeah.
You know, we've all seen that guy in the LDS religion whose wife has to obey him because he has the priesthood type thing. And that's not what he says, but it's the same type of thing. You know, well, I'm the visionary guy. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we're not saying Lori's a victim, but it's interesting to hear because I've never heard this. It's interesting to hear where the prosecutor was at. You know what I mean? Like where his mind was at, where the prosecution's mind was at. This is stuff that we don't typically hear. Our conversations with the family. And things I don't typically see either are things like this. And this is a text message that Lauren Matthias sent to someone. Doesn't really matter who she sent it to. She says, I don't like Summer Shifty Shiflet either. Again, Summer is a victim. Lauren Matthias is despicable. You're despicable. Despicable, Lauren.
Back the FBI's state.
Yeah, no, for sure. Summer's not in the wrong here. Come on. Not at all. Okay, where were we?
Tragic thing.
It really is, yeah.
And but I just want you to know how grateful we are. I know you don't have to talk to us, and so we're just grateful that you're willing to and helping us that way. And I'm sure kind of difficult knowing like they're asking me for information that's going to help them in a case against your sister, but I guess the thing I want you to know is our whole goal is just justice for these kids, you know. And we, our hope as it comes to it, your sister's actually made some overtures. She might be willing to talk to us.
I hope she does. I pray
right,
for
Liz.
We hope she does.
Yeah.
She actually was talking with Chad about talking to us before we found the bodies, just a few days before, and he talked her out of it, which is too bad. It would have been better for her to tell us.
Yeah, sure would have been.
I mean, we were actually.
I would love to hear that conversation between Lori and Chad. And they're never going to release those, are they? They don't release that stuff in Idaho? They don't release their phone calls?
Just finishing up our warrant on the day that she said that. We were just getting ready to go out there, but it would have been...
Smoke them if you got them.
That would have been even better, and he talked her out of it.
Yeah.
And then the night before, she says to him again, like, hey, what do you think about, and he uses this kind of, I call it spiritual abuse, spiritual manipulation.
Yeah.
We've all seen that guy in the LDS religion whose wife has to obey him because he has the priesthood type thing. And that's not what he says, but it's the same type of thing. Well, I'm the visionary guy. So, anyway, again, I just wanted to meet with you real quick, introduce myself and Mackenzie.
I've obviously seen you.
Yes, yeah.
But I don't take any joy in doing anything that's going to harm her. I don't take joy in her spending her life in prison. There's nothing.
Sure.
It hurts to think about her being in there.
There's nothing good about a case like this.
There's nothing good about it.
Even if you win a case, like Garrett's been in court, like there's cases, even as a prosecutor, like you take to trial and you win, and you're like, even at the end, you're like, well, nothing good is. It's all bad.
Yeah. It's all bad.
The one thing, I said this to someone the other day who knows your sister, is our goal is sometimes you get a murder and all you have is that murder and you just have to learn how to charge it and then kind of put it together. We were able to put them in jail with a high bail on these lower charges and put together a case. And our goal is to have such a strong case that when she has competent counsel, I don't know if you know this, her attorney's never handled a felony before. He has never done any meaningful criminal work at all. And he doesn't know what he's doing. He's a nice guy,
Yeah.
Other one he's lying about me, but he doesn't know what he's doing. And once we file further charges, she will be appointed counsel who will know what they're doing. And our goal is to put together such a case that they're smart enough to say, it's going to be better to talk.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think we are. And make it easier for everyone. Make it easier, especially, you know, for Colby. Like, if there's someone who's lost everything, it's him.
I think that it made a stir because he basically told Summer that Lori was manipulated. I mean, it basically made it sound like Lori wasn't the mastermind that Chad was. And I don't think we ever really heard that narrative, especially like through the trial. They were both held equally as responsible, but we're hearing a different tune from the prosecutor. So I think that's why it caused a stir. That's why I'm just like kind of taken back. It's not his demeanor at all. I mean, I don't know if anybody came after his demeanor. I'm certainly not. I'm just listening to what's being said.
So anyway, I mainly just wanted to thank you for coming and being with us. And
he got in trouble for saying that her lawyer didn't know what he was doing.
Weird to be on the prosecution and defense's side at the same time because I love everybody.
Well, you know, it's a system. I did defense.
See, did you hear her sister? She was torn. She was torn between her sister and what was fucking right and wrong, you know?
With us. And
it's weird to be on the prosecution and defense's side at the same time because I love everybody.
Well, you know, it's a system. I did defense work for almost, I did it for 5 years. And
300.
I actually really enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun.
I like defending.
And I gave me that perspective, right? Like, just because someone's committed a crime doesn't mean they're a horrible person.
So I'm so torn with all of it's such a conflicting feeling to know that this person's been good her whole life and then has made this error in judgment and got sucked into this vortex of this man.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel for her. I just have so much compassion towards her because I know that's not what she would have ever done on her own.
Right.
And so she's going to pay the price for this forever. And I hate that for her. So I'm very conflicted. But I was going to ask you on the concealment, or not the concealment, but on the conspiracy to commit murder, what's the weight of that in terms of jail time? Is that a death penalty thing? Or
it is a death penalty case now.
Well, I think, see, that's Angel. That's where the whole debate comes in, right? That's where it causes a debate, is that you're torn between your sister and, you know what I mean? Like, it's not really fair to judge because I don't know. You think he's trying to soften her up? I mean, is he there to interrogate her? I don't know. See, I look through things. I don't automatically trust these prosecutors. They're all political. None of them are exempt from that. Got to be very careful with these people.
Are you planning to ask for that for them, or do you not?
We sure hope we don't. Okay. A lot of that will depend on her.
Okay.
And it's that's not a decision, or that's a decision.
See, and that right there tells me they use the death penalty as a bargaining tool. That's going to depend on her.
I hope we don't.
What's the concealment, or not the concealment, but on the conspiracy to commit murder, what's the weight of that in terms of jail time? Is that a death penalty thing, or
it is a death penalty case now?
Are you planning to ask for that for them, or do you not?
We sure hope we don't. Okay. A lot of that will depend on her.
See, the death penalty is a bargaining tool. We sure hope we don't have to ask for it. Ain't about justice for the kids. If it was about justice for the kids, it'd just be straight death penalty. Oh, we sure hope we don't have to do that. Why? Utilize it. That's what it's there for. But no, that's not how prosecutors work. That's why I don't trust prosecutors. I don't trust any of it. I look at it all from a different standpoint of neutral.
Jail time, is that a death penalty thing, or
it is a death penalty case now?
Are you planning to ask for that for them, or do you not?
We sure hope we don't. Okay. A lot of that will depend on her.
Okay.
And it's that's not a decision, or that's a decision we don't make actually until usually after the case is filed.
Okay.
In Idaho, we have a couple months, because a lot of times you file it, it's out there on the table, and then oftentimes that's a big motivator for people to get together and talk and try and resolve it. And that's what we hope happens. I have no desire to do that. Plus, once you do that, it's endless appeals.
Yeah.
I don't think the other family wants it at all, because the
prolonged.
case just never resolves, really, in a way. Just kind of, they appeal this and they appeal that, and it can go on forever. So we're sure hoping not to go down there. No, I'm not saying I won't. If we go to trial, I might, but we haven't made up our minds on that.
Okay.
But we don't want to. I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart.
Knowing her, if she comes out of this state.
See, bottom of my heart, like what? See, this is manipulation, because prosecutors shouldn't be talking like that. He's trying to manipulate her. This isn't normal, in my opinion. He's not there to be her guidance or her therapist or be gentle. No. This is nothing about his feelings. That ain't his job. His job is not to be up in his feelies with the murderer's sister. Now this is sus.
Okay.
We don't want to. I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart.
Knowing her, if she comes out of this state and realizes the weight of it, she may prefer that. Honestly, I think about that all the time with her, just because of what she's been through. I'm just kidding.
Well, I know that you know a lot more about Lori than I do, but we have learned a lot about Lori, and there's I mean, there's been some things happen in her life, I think, that have played into this.
Oh, definitely.
And but yeah, like I said, I talk of that in one way a little bit sure, but I want you to know that I have no desire to.
Yeah, I think you see it for what it is.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't know how you couldn't with interviewing everybody.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, when I was there in Hawaii, when that the order to produce the children was served, and I was there when they served the search warrants, where the news showed up, which I was super annoyed by that. I never want it. It's just blows everything up, right? At that moment, when we saw them, your sister can put on a brave face.
Oh yeah.
We were like, oh, does this guy know what he's gotten into?
Mm-hmm.
And because she was just very, very stoic, very like, I'm not gonna say a word. And he looked like he was about to pee his pants, because he's actually.
Dude, no, he's lying to her. He's 100% lying to her. Colette, what was the context of this being played in court?
Wimpy person.
Yeah.
Is he wimpy?
Yeah. He's great if he has someone else to do something for him, but he himself is a person.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, we're like, this is all her. Like, how is she hoodwink this guy? But then once we like dug into, that was the beginning, as we're like starting to get facts. As we got more facts, like, oh, again, I'm not going to pull punches if I have to go to trial, but these ideas came from him.
Oh yeah.
And she had some different views on theology than like standard LDS by that point, but he really knew how to manipulate that and turn it into something even more.
His influence was there before she met him.
Yes, yeah. She was reading his books for.
Wasn't just his books. So it was like the Julie Rowe podcasts.
Oh yes.
He gave Julie Rowe a lot of her ideas. And so when she would listen to Julie Rowe, she was getting Chad ideas too at the same time.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Julie Rowe. She's interesting.
So wait, Lori was listening to Julie Rowe before she knew Chad? Chad knew what? She would listen to Julie Rowe. She was giving Chad ideas too at the same time. Huh.
Her ideas. And so when she would listen to Julie Rowe, she was getting Chad ideas too at the same time.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Colette.
Yeah, Julie Rowe. She's interesting.
I've heard some of her podcasts. when she started talking about herself in third person all the time, I'm like,
Yeah, I listen to her podcast as well, and interesting stuff. So.
Garrett doesn't like it when people talk about themselves in the third person. Well, hey, we'll let you get going and start on this.
I was going to see if you guys wanted some wristbands to take back with you. These are wristbands I had made up for Tylee and JJ.
I'll put them.
And
that's all right.
Take them as you want.
Take them and give them to everybody.
I'll tell you what.
If you want them, we did a balloon release.
They've got a couple of wristbands for. Let's see. There's Ron, Ray.
You could just take the whole bag with you. It's fine. Just take
Oh, do you have more than this?
Oh, I have plenty.
Okay.
You can't order less than 100, so you know.
Yeah, no, I made up hundreds for. I started off just doing them for Tylee and JJ's friends and teachers. We wear ours all the time, so just keep them close.
Thank you.
Yeah. You guys.
Sorry.
That's all right. It's okay.
You've been in it. You know.
Emotional thing.
You know, it's interesting how you can, in Rexford, those kids went there very long. But there are kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
anytime there's kids involved, it's not okay.
So, thank you.
Yes.
There's not a one among us that doesn't want to protect.
Oh, they tried to say that he was bullying Summer, that this was like witness intimidation or something. Didn't they try that at another high-profile case that we just watched? Wasn't there someone who... Oh, Corey Richens. Remember the prosecutors, like, said, "I'll come and something with your dog, like, do something to your dog." Trisha is crying on Webster's right now because someone wrote an obituary for Beth B. Oh, my God. Is she reading it? Okay, let's finish this and then we'll peek in. We only have like a minute left.
The kids.
Hello, Felicia.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right, I'll text Nathan. If you need, I don't know how long this, if we want to leave price down, how few days and days, and we obviously don't have that. Any breaks you need anything?
Yeah, I'll run it. You bet. Yeah. I told her she's got questions, needs to ask me or needs to use the bathroom, or we'll shut it down and.
Oh, damn.
Do all that. So.
Okay, that's just bullshit. Oh, damn, Steph. I criticized the prosecution in chat, and she means Lauren's chat, and the death penalty was taken off the table. Lauren called me and said not to criticize the prosecution publicly. Makes me wonder why she cared. Dream Feed Media wrote Beth B's obit. Damn, how did you get the information for her obit? Oh my God, I'm not transferring over there. I'm not doing it tonight. Let me see. Hold on. Let's end our poll. Let's see what our poll ended up being. Do you think Megan knows more about Alex than she says? Yes, 86%. She didn't want the prosecution talked. Well, of course, because she wants to get in their pants, so to speak. She wants to get in her pants, so to speak. Okay, let's do this. Let's get this off the screen. Lauren, you're despicable for saying that about Summer, regardless of what you think about her. Keep your feelings to yourself, you scum. Freaking scum. All right, let's get Rob Wood off the screen. We're done with him. He's just doing his job, y'all. Just like defense attorneys. We get mad at them sometimes, too. Don't be nasty sometimes with them.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
Do I want to read Beth B's obituary? Hang on. We're tuning in.
I had written that one down.
Okay, good.
Hold on. Let's go back a little bit. Oh, Lord.
Seemed to sit still long enough.
She's got a roll of toilet paper. Hold on.
If anybody has any cases on websites,
We talked about this. I know this already, so I'm going to go. Be right back.
That you would like us to cover, please email
Oh my God,
There are
Trisha.
so many cases, as we know, so many that don't get the proper attention. And so I would like anyone you guys can think of to email it to me so we can cover that. Like I said, unfortunately, there are so many. You guys can help pick one out and let us know, or if it's a case you've been following or working on for a while and like to see it on the show.
Yeah, wait for it.
Email me.
Hey, Jan.
I've been going through them and picking ones out and going on there. But like I said, I'm only one person getting through all of them. There's not that many hours in a day.
Oh my God.
I wish it wasn't.
Ribbit.
So many, but
Ribbit.
it is. Let me see. So I'll put my email in chat if you guys think of one you'd like to see covered. I did get screenshots from chat, a couple that people recommended last week.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to skip forward to where Trisha comes back. Okay, she's back.
Sorry, Grandma. Bye. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Hopefully, in the book, I'm so excited about this book and book club. It's so far a really good one. You're not too far from me. Oh, Kaylu, I'll screenshot that one right now. Yeah. Okay, so Amy Hillard. That one actually sounds familiar. Yes, that one, the Bally case. That's the one. Yeah.
Okay, which cases are we talking about?
Oh, a couple. Somebody posted one in chat. Amy Hillard, missing in Oklahoma.
We're going
and then
to
Jesse
count
Rodwin
the
reminded
money.
it was. It looks like Michaela Bali. Somebody mentioned that the other night from Canada, so I had written that one down.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh, she does.
Tomorrow we're going to talk about a new book that has come out about the Idaho 4 and Kohlberger. And it's what I like about the reporting from Brian Enton about it is Brian really kind of trashes the book. And I'm glad because it's by a lawyer who's actually a good lawyer, but the stuff he's saying, he's trying to make it sound like.
Shut up with your Brian Enton. We're going to play Brian Enton. We're going to watch Brian Enton. Ugh. Hold on.
Can't imagine what the word. There we go. It's by Kelsey German, which is Libby's sister. And they were like this, they were just tight. And I can't imagine what this has done to Kelsey and to her family. My God, it's just so damn horrific.
Oh, it's in the beginning?
But it's...
I saw her standing here with a roll of toilet paper, so I thought that was where she cried. She has toilet paper right here. Look. Watch.
Lou, it's so far a really good one.
Watch her.
You're not too far from me. Oh, Kaylu, I'll screenshot that one right now.
That's why I thought she was crying right there. Ugh.
Yeah.
She was just getting a booger. A booger.
Oh, Kaylu, I'll screenshot that one right now.
See, I told you. Okay, so we got to go back to the beginning. Okay, we're going to go past the beginning where she's an old bat in a cowboy hat with pictures of all her people. Okay, here we go.
Web Sleuths YouTube Live. And again, as I say this all the time, but it's so true. I am the luckiest person in the world because I have a wonderful family.
Because I have a brooch that weighs more than me.
I have my little animals here. I have you all, and I get to get up every day and go to websleuths.com. It's a true crime discussion forum, and that's my job. I get to go and help manage that forum. So I hope you'll check it out if you like true crime. I think that's why you're here. And we're going to have a very special edition tonight. We're going to be talking about the Web Sleuths.
She's got her radio voice
Investigative
on.
Book Club.
Hello, I've got my radio voice on. Hello, Hard Times. Welcome in. She's got her script. She's been doing it for 25 years. I think her headband is blinking.
Which is Down the Hill by Susan Hendricks. And I'm going to read the forward to that book tonight. It's quite long. So
Susan Hendricks again. Ugh.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
I noticed Susan Hendricks is not on the docket at CrimeCon this year. And why do I look orange? Something is wrong here. Something's wrong with my lighting. But yeah, Susan Hendricks, what happened to you? I thought you were like setting up victims to come to CrimeCon. I thought you were the victim setter-upper. She used to be the victim setter-upper. Now she's not even on there. So it seems like Wolwin is clinging on to this other lady
that is on the docket this year? That other crime channel.
Bear with me, but hold on. Let me grab it here really quickly. My apologies. Okay, let's see here.
Let's count the money. Oh, that
Come on, now,
changed.
don't.
That's better. Now I look really white.
This is by Kelsey German Siebert. Now, Kelsey is Libby's sister, and obviously very, very affected by what happened
Obviously.
in Delphi. So I'll be reading the forward to that tonight, and we'll talk about the book. We're also going to talk
We're
about
not
the true
talking
crime
about
that's going
that.
on in the world.
We
just
just
a
want to
little
hear
bit
you
tonight.
have a
And
breakdown.
of course, we couldn't do this without our wonderful, insightful one. Stacy, how are you, my darling?
I'm doing good.
I'm
There
good,
you go.
Ribbit.
Let's see. Who do we have? Oh, we've got all kinds of people in chat. Klu209, just call me Kim P. Laura Thomas, good to see you. Stephanie Ferraro, hello, my darling. Truth be told. And let's see, Spam Mama. And Neil Campbell, good to see you. Natasha, 7197, hello. Margie for New York. Glad you made it, my dear. Elizabeth, hi, sweetheart. How are you? Patricia Dietrich, I'm glad you made it.
No, she's
And
not.
let's see, Natasha XO, hi there. And Molly, hi. Peekaboo One Eye, I love that. You crack me up. Jules and me, hi.
Peekaboo Ribbit.
Jay's Amaze. Jay's Amaze is here, everybody.
No, it's Susan Hendricks.
And I hope I don't miss anybody tonight, but I'm going to try and get everybody in here. So again, thanks everyone for showing up tonight. It's a kind of a last
Is my
minute,
camera blurry, you guys? Or is it okay? Is it clearer? Remember how it was dark and now is it better? How are you guys liking the studio? Give me some feedback. Come on. Let's get this chat moving. The fuck? You guys asleep out there? Let's start yelling at you. Wake up. You're supposed to fucking engage. Do you know there's a creator that went off on her audience and said that? When I'm live, you participate. You don't just sit there and talk about crafts and eating. Thank you. Thank you. It's very clear. Like the studio. Oh, you pay attention. It really happened. I just woke you up. Well, my chat rate just went from 11 to 18. Don't apologize. I'm just fucking with y'all. It looks clear to me and I love the new studio. Could use more pretty lights. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like, this side's not done yet. This side's still workable. This side is, oh, and I have something, a shirt. Sorry. I have a shirt sitting there. Yeah, it was titanium, did it. Type faster. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Aw, thank you, Felicia. That's sweet. Speaking of eating, I made an awesome pot roast tonight. Ooh. I'm just messing with you guys. Stay safe if you are in the vicinity of tornadoes.
Show that we decided to do because this book is so cool. Now, Stacy, you've started to read down.
Okay, we're going to skip forward.
Official Web Sleuths Investigative Book Club.
Ba, 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 ba,
Reading
ba.
my eyes. Looking forward to the Zoom. Link to Down the Hill.
I don't think they have Skyrim videos. Oh my gosh.
What?
Yeah, I have to go watch them.
What you're talking about.
A video game I play.
God, you're such a geek.
I know. I have to go watch the Skyrim videos.
Or net. You know, before I read the forward,
nice.
I had something really upsetting happen. And Stacy, you're like me. When you get mad, you cry.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Oh, so she's not crying because she's sad about Beppy. She's crying because there was an obituary written. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Indelible. I finally can pronounce your name. She said that she is so mad that she cried. Thank you, everybody.
And I don't know what's going on because I'm not paying attention to all the noise out there.
Okay.
But I had a friend call me.
She's
You know
lying.
Larry,
She
my
watches
friend.
it all.
Yeah.
Called me all upset. He was all upset. He had found an obituary.
Who's he? Ping?
Posted about Beth B. And I said, well, no, what are you talking about? It was so hard to understand him. He was so upset and he was trying, and I didn't know what the heck he was talking about. Finally, I figured it out. Somebody made an obituary for our friend Beth B. and posted it on some memorial site.
Oh.
I don't know how he found this. I don't know what. I'm going to have to call him later because I was getting ready to do this. But he read it to me. Beth B. did not want an obituary. She absolutely did not want one, which is why there wasn't one. We did do a memorial service that was private. That's it. Nobody.
Was that Beth B's phone going off? Was that a woo-woo? Was that a woo-woo?
Which is why there wasn't one. We did do a memorial service that was private. That's it. Nobody needs to know about it. It was nobody's business. But when he read me this obituary, Stacy, I was so upset because it has a lot of private information in there that I can guarantee you, if Beth B, if she was here, she'd be so upset. She did not want this. And what I can't figure that, flip out. And that's, what are you sending me? I have to.
I think that's woo-woo. That's a woo-woo.
That, flip out. And that's, what are you
Get
sending me?
over
I have
it.
to stop and look at it now. Do I need to look at
Get over it. She would flip out over your theftiness.
it or should I keep going?
Look at it, I guess.
Dude, you literally talked about her gargling and gurgling. So don't talk about an obituary being wrong.
What I now I don't even know what I was saying. What was I saying? Does
You would
anybody
flip out.
Oh, flip out. Yeah.
Oh my God, Trisha.
Yeah.
I can't figure out, and I don't want to say the word flip, but I will. Whoever did this, why they did it. Why did whoever did this didn't know Beth B at all, didn't know her.
Yep.
Never met her. And she never wanted an obituary. My God, I was with.
Then maybe you should have kept your mouth shut about Beth B, huh? I don't blame whoever made the obituary. Nope. I gave it some thought. No, someone on YouTube made it, which is a little strange to me. I mean, I say it like it is. I would never, ever take it upon myself to make an obituary for someone I didn't know. However, it's not her family that did it. I would have asked and tried to get a hold of Daphne before doing something like that. But Trisha put out all the information that was put into this obituary. So Trisha, you need to take responsibility for what you put out there. So, I mean, I don't know if the person talked to Daphne. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying most of the information from what the people that have seen it have said is that most of it is what Trisha put out. I mean, she even drove us to her house and sat in front of her address, you know?
Every day.
Yeah, I don't know if they did or didn't. I shouldn't even, you know what? I shouldn't even judge that. I don't know if they reached out. I thought it was good because so many people, you know what? And if it was the truth, who cares? What's there to be ashamed of? The lady lived a grand life. I mean, there's a lot to be proud of. And it's not like it's horrible info, but Trisha put it all out. She talked about her death rattling. She talked about all kinds of like things that would violate her medical dignity. Her last moments of life. There's nothing more important. There's nothing more important than coming into this life with dignity and leaving this life with dignity. And Trisha, if anybody's disrespectful, it's Trisha. Yeah, I don't think it's anything to get mad over, for sure. Exactly. And Daphne was the one with power of attorney, not Trisha. Exactly. No, I haven't seen it, but I will search for it. I don't remember her name. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what else she
He
says.
did not want an obituary. Okay? That's why
We
there
don't believe
wasn't
you.
one. That's why there was no announcement anywhere. It was what she wanted.
I'm sure if it's a problem, like if Daphne doesn't want that, like she could reach out to whoever put it up and say, hey, can you take it down? I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's not defaming anyone. It's not, telling any lies. So
I am so insulted by the intrusion.
Wow, you're the queen of intrusion. She's insulted by the intrusion. I'm insulted by your intrusion of your drive-alongs. How about that? Are you guys insulted by her drive-alongs? Bella's insulted. Summer might get insulted too. She had a woo-woo Saturday to remember her friend. Let's wait. I got to put all this in perspective because it's a lot. It's coming to me. She had a woo-woo Saturday. We watched it last week. Her, Ping, and Stacy just sat there and talked about everything that Beth B bought. Woo-woo Saturday. Thanks, Nick. I forgot that. So, what's worse? Yeah, I don't know if I agree with this. If this is it. Is it on Ever Loved? Is that I don't like the use of her photos, but I'm not here to bash whoever did this. But I just where does it if this was I don't know. Hang on. everloved.com. Okay. I'll show it to you. I'm not just going to read it. It's this. You guys be the judge. Oh, Trish shared these? These are cool pictures. Let's see. This isn't intrusive at all. No. Fuck off, Trisha. I don't know about the pictures, but it says Janet Wolford, 85, passed away on May 17th, 2025, following a prolonged and private illness. She was born on July 19th, 1939 in McKinney, Texas, in the closing years of the Great Depression. Janet was the only child of William Phillips Wolford, a local merchant and postmaster, and Mona Pearl Davis Wolford, a schoolteacher. Both of her parents were members of large, established pioneer families whose roots run deep in Collin County. She graduated from this high school in 1956, a gifted musician, where she studied music education. Following her graduation, she continued her career in education, teaching music. Then she went to North Texas State University, her parents' alma mater. I don't see anything wrong with this. After a brief tenure with the university, Janet began a long and distinguished career with Mobile Gas in research and development. She remained with the company for 32 years, retiring in 2000. Tobeans, I'm with you. She sounds like an amazing woman. I agree. In 1980, Janet purchased her home in Duncanville, where she'd reside for the remainder of her life. She paid off her mortgage in 93, a reflection of the careful and deliberate way she managed her affairs. Oh, that was a very nice way to get that in there. Whoever did this. Bing bong. Very classy. Very classy. Because someone could have really trolled Trisha and put some true things, but they kept it Janet based. Janet was preceded in death by her father in 73 and her mother in 03, as well as many dear and long-standing friends. She will be remembered for her independence, her quiet generosity, and the steady, self-sustained life she built on her own terms. In accordance with her wishes, those that would like to honor her memory are encouraged to make a donation in her name to the Tri-City Animal Shelter and Adoption Center of Cedar Hill, Texas. I see nothing wrong with that. Okay, let's see what Trish is so mad about. What a pretty girl. Look how pretty she was when she was young. She deserved better than what she got from Trisha. That's for damn sure.
Of this person. I can't, and I don't know who this person is. I have no idea.
Why do you need to know?
Larry read me the name, and I'm like,
wait, who's the Larry? Larry? It was nice. I agree. It was really nice. I think it's nice too. Beautiful, beautiful. It is a nice obit. At first I was like, wait a minute. Because she really did deserve that. It was really nice. At first I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. I don't know about writing an obit for someone you don't know, but the more that we went into it, it wasn't intrusive or invasive at all. But sometimes you follow through on looking things up yourself and you find out instead of listening to other people. Justice for Beth B. Justice for Christina. Justice for Beth B. It's better than having a live talking about what she did to you. Right. Why does anyone need to run anything by Trisha? Who are you, Trisha? My glasses are not getting clean. It was very nice.
do you recognize that name? He's like, no. Like, I don't either. I have no idea who it is. No idea where they came from. Nothing. But it's disgusting.
You don't need to know.
And what? I don't know if there's anything I can do about it.
I think they're doing it for attention for money.
Well,
somewhere else that's
yeah.
Wait, what? Why is everything about money? Oh my God. Look at McSpunky says in the chat. I listened to DD falling to sleep and I have some weird ass dreams. They must be talking about Gypsy Rose or something. Who's he talking about?
Yeah. I think you're right. I think it has to do with whatever, with all that other crap going on that again.
What crap?
I don't even go near because.
Because now people are jumping in because they're like, oh, I can make money off this.
Yeah.
And
yeah, exactly.
She would be mortified.
Oh,
and
Jerry, are you here?
We've said before, she was
paging the Jerry. Are you still here?
Very generous to people.
See, here we go. Nothing to be said about Beth B other than how generous she was. How much she used her money for good on you guys. My God. Someone made it to make money?
Don't even go near because.
Because now people are jumping in because they're like,
there she is.
Oh, I can make money off this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you're thinking. You guys thought you were going to make money off Beth B. I got to share this really quick. Palette cleanser. The Jerry sent me this cute, adorable owl from my wish list with a thermometer on it. I got it. It was on Amazon. If you guys want one, they're really cute. I just wanted to share that photo from my yard. I put it up yesterday. I spent all day in the yard. And I wanted to share that with you, Jerry, because I love it so much. Isn't it cute? Do you guys remember when I opened it? I think it was Friday. Stacy is a twit twat. You guys, if you want one, they're on Amazon. And it's fairly cheap. I think it was like $25. I really appreciate it. I really love it. Who? But yeah, I wanted to definitely show you. It's actually on a stake, so it's in the ground. You can't tell because of the fence. But yeah, I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Okay, so I just wanted to share that and thank Miss Jerry again. All right, back to the nitwits.
And
Yeah,
she
exactly.
would be mortified
Oh,
and
Mortified?
like we said
Stacey,
before, she
that's
was very
dramatic.
generous to people, all kinds of people, and she didn't like anybody to know. She
No.
kept it a secret.
Absolutely. And Jules and me, this has nothing to do with the establishment for the estate, has nothing to do with that at all. I promise you.
Huh?
And I know what you mean by that, but no. But you're right, Stacy. She
Wait, what'd she say?
was very generous to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
My God, you people are greedy. You two are fucking greedy.
And Jules and me, this has nothing to do with the establishment for the estate, has nothing to do with that at all. I promise you. And I know what you mean by that, but no. But you're right, Stacy. She was very generous to a lot of people,
Mm-hmm.
and she kept it. Never wanted it out there,
What?
while she was alive.
Right.
She was generous with a lot of people, but never wanted it out there when she was alive. Oh, so you had the discussion with her that when she passes away, you're going to sit there and talk about it? Is that the dealio? This lady just sticks her foot in her mouth every opportunity she gets. What a horrible individual. Like, literally, what a horrible individual. I'm going to get the link for the owl for you guys.
And I accidentally figured some things out.
Accidentally?
I had no idea.
Huh?
Where a certain thing came from. I had no clue, but I had figured it out one day.
Yeah.
Right. No clue.
Jules, I can guarantee you that that's not what this is at all. Not even. And I know what you mean by that. No, this isn't it. This isn't it. I'm
looking, Nick, but we're not at current time.
So disgusted by whoever this piece of garbage is that did this. You didn't know Beth B. You did not know her. Okay? I would know if you knew her. You didn't. And whoever you are, I have no idea who you are. I don't know if I can get this taken down. I'm not her blood relative. There's probably nothing I can do. And now the one thing she didn't want was all of this personal information out there. It's out there.
It's nothing.
Anyway, it was so, and I literally just found out about it before.
Who's Larry?
I went live.
Who's Larry?
And I was just so upset.
Oh my God, you sounded.
No, Danielle, this is not a family member. I promise you. Believe me, I knew everybody Beth B knew. Okay. And I knew she didn't have any family.
Oh.
What?
Peekaboo's comment.
Thank you, Peekaboo. Says, this is horrible. The same thing happened to my best friend. Her daughter passed away and someone else posted an alternate obituary. That's horrible. Wow. That is awful.
I just put the link in the chat.
What type of piece of crap does those things? Well, yeah, I know what you mean, Jules. And me says, Beth B would not want you to be upset because of these greedy sobs. And you're right. She wouldn't be.
That's true.
You're absolutely right. But as we talk, Stacy and I talk, if it was reversed, if this was me and somebody did this to me, she would be so furious. Oh, she would lose her mind, you know? So she never wanted you to help her or to be upset with her or anything, but she would, if you were her friend or she loved you, she would fight to the ends of the earth, but she never wanted you to do it for her. She was that type of person. It is disgusting. I don't know. I don't know if it's on YouTube or not. I just got the link from this. I haven't even got the link. He's supposed to send me the link, I think, to a memorial site. He just read it to me over the phone. So I have no idea where it's at anywhere else. But he's supposed to send me the link to this memorial site. So
she hasn't even seen it?
But he just said the name of the person who posted it on the site, and we never heard of this.
She hasn't even seen it. I pulled it up in 2 seconds. She says she hasn't seen it. Created with love by Grace Reyna, Janet's family friend. That's what it says. As a family friend. You're not the end all be all, Trisha.
Person. So it's disgusting. Yeah, Moonlight View, I am going to contact them. But I went on Reddit and there is a discussion thread about this company, and people are complaining that these random people are posting obituaries about their family and they have lies in them, and the site.
What are there lies in it? What are you talking about? None of that was lies and none of it was bad. This chick's, you're a wackadoodle.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
It won't take them down. So I have lost hope of,
of what?
The right thing being done sometimes. And I'll contact this site when I get the link tonight, but I have very little hope that they'll do the right thing.
Can you not Google it? Why can't you Google it? You own web, or you're the manager of Web Sleuths. Shut up. You've read it. You've seen it. You know it's not bad. You're setting a narrative like you always do. You're crazy. You lie. You scam. All that stuff. You do it.
Yeah, again, I don't know where else it is. I'm sure it'll get out there somehow. If you do see this, please know that is not what she wanted. Okay, it is not what, and I almost didn't hit live tonight because I just couldn't.
Here we go. I can't.
God almighty.
I couldn't believe that somebody would do this.
Shut the fuck up. You weren't even this upset in your woo-woo. That was done like 2 days after she passed away. I almost didn't click live. Stop it. You have no shame. She has no shame. Can we get Nancy for this one? Nancy Grace has something to say to you. Boo-hoo. You're a vile, vile one, Trisha Griffith.
What? And I almost didn't hit live tonight because I just couldn't believe that somebody would do this.
Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to the Nazis?
So I don't know. I'm sure it's out there somewhere else. And even I don't want to look for it. I don't care. I don't care to see it. I just want to get the name of the site so I can complain. But anyway.
It's stranger. The harder you fight to make sure the right thing's done, her wishes are followed.
Oh, Stacy, you got a lot of nerve. You're talking about Beth B's Beth B's last wishes being honored. These two, I'm telling you, they will never stand down. They will never stand down. These are people who will keep the grift up until the handcuffs are on, or they're found out and they're canceled. People like this, they keep it on and keep it on until they can't keep it on no more. My God, people like this scare me. Because they'll keep a lie going until they hit a brick wall. And that to me is scary. People like that are so scary. Have you ever come into contact with someone like that who will lie and they'll lie and they'll lie and they'll lie and they'll lie until they're backed in a corner, and then they'll finally start to break and tell the truth? Like, we see it in these interrogations a lot. But like, have you ever seen it in real life, like with someone you know? And it's like, it's almost like an out-of-body experience. It's wild. What did Quinn say? Wait, bitch, how did you read about the site on Reddit, but you don't know the site's name? Oh,
Good catch.
But there was a lot of leakage.
Oh my God. I know, Lindsay. Like, I want to get up and I want to run in place.
I don't know. I'm sure it's out there somewhere else.
It's really hard to sit here sometimes.
And I'm not even, I don't want to look for it. I don't care.
You know what I need to get? I need to get one of those desks that raises up. So when I get worked up, I can fucking stand up, right? Stand up! I can play that and be like, all right, we're standing up. Because sometimes I'm sitting here and I'm just like, I'm jumping out of my chair.
You know, I don't.
And I know you guys are folding clothes and mopping floors and washing sinks and cleaning countertops. And I got to sit here and I got to hold it all in.
Care to see it. I just want to get the name of the site.
Let's go back and listen to her lie again.
I have lost hope of, the right thing being done sometimes. And I'll contact this site when I get the link tonight. But I have very little hope that they'll do the right thing. So anyway, again, I don't know where else it is. I'm sure it'll get out there somehow. If you do see this, please know that is not what she wanted.
Rage stream.
Okay. It is not what, and I almost didn't hit live tonight because I couldn't believe that somebody would do this. So I don't know. I'm sure it's out there somewhere else. And I'm not even, I don't want to look for it. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care to see it.
Okay.
I just want to get the name of the site so I can complain. But anyway.
It's the harder you fight to make sure the right thing's done, her wishes are followed, the more it's being gone against.
I know, it's
People don't know what the
crazy.
fuck they're talking about. Sorry, but it's true. They don't have any idea. And so everything best being wanted is being shit on. So it's very upsetting.
It is upsetting.
Wait, what?
Jesse Roblin, I will.
The more it's being gone against.
I know, it's
People don't know what
crazy.
the fuck they're talking about. The more it's being gone against.
I know, it's
People don't know what the
crazy.
fuck they're talking about.
Whoa. Whoa, Stacy in Cycle 1. Who doesn't know what the they're talking about? She dropped an F-bomb on Web Sleuth. She dropped an F-bomb. The executive producer is dropping F-bombs on Web Sleuth.
The more it's being gone against.
I know, it's
People don't know what the
crazy.
fuck they're talking about.
I know.
Sorry, but it's true. They don't have any idea. And so everything best being wanted is being shit on. So it's very upsetting.
It is upsetting.
Oh, simmer down. Simmer down.
Jesse Roblin, I will contact you after because I'm what was read to me. I was just like,
what is that?
Huh? How did they know? I'm surprised at the information that's out there. So I just I'll contact you. I'll email you after the show. Okay.
What in the frog?
But thank you. But yeah, you're right. You're right, Stacy. It's oh God. Someday the truth will come out.
Yeah, right, Jules? Does she want her to just be
and then they'll
erased?
be the ones that have to live with
Hey,
themselves.
Kalisa.
Yep, that's exactly. And, they won't care. Tell you,
I
they
know.
won't care, but at least everybody will realize what
Yeah.
frauds those people are. So
Yeah.
that'll be.
Anyway, if you've just joined us, a friend of mine called me and read an obituary that somebody made for our friend Beth B.
Wait, what?
On their own. They didn't
Wait,
know
hold
Beth
on,
B.
hold on,
They
hold on,
put
hold
it
on.
up on some. Anyway, if you've just joined us, a friend of mine called me and read an obituary that somebody made for our friend Beth B. On their own. They didn't know Beth B. They put it up on some.
There is a lot of truth that needs to come out, Christina Mack, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Larry read it. Whoever the fuck Larry is. Who's Larry? Larry, and Daryl. Is Ping's name Larry? Who's Larry? Yeah, erase. Like, why would Beth B be furious? She wouldn't.
Memorial site. And I don't know why they did this. Everybody's saying money.
Everybody or Stacy?
I don't know.
How is that going to make money? I bet whoever wrote that, the family friend, is getting rich right now. Like, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to the Nazis?
It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So don't think it's a good thing if you happen to run across this. Don't go, oh, well, how nice this person did this for. This is not what she wanted. Okay.
I clicked it.
I know what she wanted. This was not it. Oh, good God. Can you imagine, Stacy? Can you imagine going, well, I'm going to go look up everything on this person and make an obituary and post
somebody
it.
I didn't know, not knowing what they wanted.
Yeah.
Their final wishes, anything ever that they asked for. Nothing. Yeah.
Nick Spunky.
Hold on.
James
I
would
just got
never
something
tolerate
else.
this shit.
Just a second here.
What the fuck, Jay?
You just didn't? Yeah, I did. Hold on.
Okay. I came to party.
Lindsay, I agree. Lindsay Hendricks said, in my opinion, that obituary taught Trisha, Stacy, and Larry things about Miss Janet they never knew or cared about. They're mad that people put out nice things and they realize what shitbags they are. She's so generous. Tell us about your friend Beth B. She was so generous. She bought us everything we wanted. We said we had server problems. She paid for the server. She did everything for us.
Oh, okay. I found out a little bit more. I'm not going to reveal it.
Oh, don't reveal it.
Let's
Leave
just
us
say,
hanging.
if you do come across it, I think you're right. It probably is about money, and don't think it's a good thing. Okay, just don't, because it's not. It's not what she wanted.
It's not a good thing? Wow.
Anyway.
Why can't you just say everything in it is true? The pictures are beautiful. And move the fuck on. Because if someone looks up your friend's name, all they're going to find is you grifting from her. They're going to find forums on Reddit. They're going to find tons of YouTube videos, possibly posts on X. They're going to find a lot of things about you and on her name. So there's finally something out there associated with her name that doesn't make her look associated with you, and you got a problem with it. It's all about money. It's all about money to her. It's all leakage. It's all everything. It's like reverse.
Don't think it's a good thing. Okay. Just don't, because it's not. It's not what she wanted. So anyway.
How dare you? We all know she didn't want you in control.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm not being a very good host tonight. I do apologize. It's just kind of hard. In fact, I am going to go get some coffee. Can you take over chat for a moment? And I will be right back, okay?
She's so upset. She's got to go. She's got to go. She's not going to get it taken down. I don't think. What's she going to say? She has no proof she has any right to take it down. She's not going to be successful.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just...
Yeah, go ahead. I'll just have to sit here and talk.
Looking up.
I'm looking up the rules. The laws.
Trying to... Hey, guys. How's it going? I'm looking up something really quick. I did have a question for everybody.
Just a shot at
maybe
tequila and a nice
I want to hear the question.
Oh, I was going to say change the topic a little maybe for everybody.
Yes.
What's next?
Anybody has any cases on websites?
Yes, we talked about this. I know this already, so I'm going to go.
Oh,
Be right back.
That you would like us to come.
That's where we tuned in, where Stacy was rambling.
2 teenagers in broad daylight was still out there. Sorry.
I can't listen to Delphi.
To, is it Monon High Bridge?
Oh my God, you guys. She doesn't even know the name of the bridge at this point.
They just went right into fucking Delphi. Listen to her. What is it, Moanin' High? Is it the Moanin' High branch?
The headline news crew to, is it Monon High Bridge. I met her previously, and it was obvious to us how much she cared.
Oh my God, is this about Susan Hendricks? Hold on.
But on this particular visit, it was even more evident.
Hold on.
As we walked out to the bridge, we made casual conversation. I joked that they were overdressed in their winter coats. It wasn't that cold, but because they were used to the weather back in Atlanta,
We don't like
they had to
Susan
buy warmer
Hendricks
clothes
either.
upon their arrival in Indiana.
Oh, this is Kelsey's book. The sister of the victim.
That had the biggest impact on me. One, because there's about 89 of them or so. I might have exaggerated. Me too. Me too.
I don't know. She read the foreword to the book, and I'm not listening to her read it. I'm not doing it.
Me too. Okay, so I told you what we're going to be talking about tomorrow night, right? And there's a couple of cases on Web Sleuths. Well, hello, Goofy Goof. I'm sorry, did I not throw this quick enough? Awesome text bug nugget the first. There you go.
Here, I'll give you guys the link to the.
There's these two doctoral students. One of them has been murdered. The other is missing.
Stop
and
it.
There is a
Stop.
big story about this on Web Sleuths. I'll put the link in chat.
You stupid bitch. They found her today. Stop it. You stupid bitch. That happened 15 minutes from my home. Oh my God. Do you fact check anything? She's not still missing. Oh, God. I can't stand this woman.
But I want to show you their pictures really quickly here. Now, I haven't checked up on their case.
Of course you have.
Here in the past few hours, so there may be something new. But here's their picture. Let me make sure you can see it. Yes, you can. Okay. The University of South Florida Police Department and the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office are seeking the public's help okay, so I think Nadia Bristi has been found, and Zamil Lyman is still missing. Let me double check on that really quickly. But
Lyman is the guy, and he was found first. Zamil Lehman was found on the Howard Franklin Bridge. Oh my God. We need to cover this on Monday. We have video. We have this guy that killed these students use ChatGPT. I saw earlier on the local news that they had found a body, but they didn't identify her yet. So that's probably why they're not saying it, because they found a body right like down towards St. Pete more. Yeah, the naked roommate in the towel. Mm-hmm. They found a body, but I don't think they've identified her, and that's why it's not being released that she was found. You know what I mean? Oh. Thank you. So yeah. They probably just haven't released that. Probably tomorrow, since it's the weekend. Yeah, we can cover it tomorrow in the weekend updates. Weekend updates, Jay for Justice, noon Mondays. Noon Monday, every Monday.
But yeah, and their roommate is a person of interest, I think, who's been arrested. But anyway, really take a look at this, because this is so sad. What is so compelling is when this story went up last night.
My daughter goes to the University of South Florida in Tampa.
On Web Sleuths, we had so many of their friends and fellow students come on Web Sleuths and start posting and telling about these two wonderful people, and just how they were smart, they had their lives ahead of them, and just how devastating.
If she truly had family and friends, why don't you interview them? Why don't you do something? Why don't you do something with the information if that's true?
This is to them. So let me get you the latest here. Yeah, so okay, the roommate's been charged. Roommate of slain USF student.
Oh my God, dude. She pisses me off. It's to the point where I can't even listen to her with the misinformation, disinformation.
Two students, a couple, or just roommates?
Listen.
Get the other story here. And
Listen
can you
to Stacy.
read some comments in chat while I just check on something really quickly?
Listen to Stacy.
Yes. Fort Boss 3 asks, were these two students a couple or just roommates? Ooh.
What do you mean, ooh? What difference does it make? Oh, Summer don't like you, Stacy. She don't like you. Were they? Ooh, that's juicy. No, it's not. They were two students
Who cares?
Couple or just roommates? Ooh.
Dude, these people have zero empathy, zero clue. Couldn't read a room if it was read to them.
Just roommates. Ooh.
I think
I looked
they
it up.
were a couple, I think.
Shut up, Trisha.
You know what? I honestly, I've never read. I mean, I've read like 4 stories and they've never said, to be honest.
I read when it was first going on, but that's in my brain of reading that's been
Because it doesn't fucking matter. A, it's none of your fucking business. B, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is they're missing. That was the whole point. Oh, I wonder if they had sex. That's probably coming next. Oh, I wonder if they got it on.
These nuts.
a bit. Just Call Me Kim says they were a former couple. That's it.
Oh, a former. Okay.
Jesus.
Let's see.
Got it.
There's already someone arrested.
Flanagan says, so wait, the guy in this pic killed the girl in this pic?
No. They're the victims.
Oh my God.
They're the victims. And the roommate was just arrested. So late last night. And yeah. And again, if you go and read the thread, I'll put the link in chat again. If you go and read the thread.
Go to the thread. We have family members there, but we're not going to bring them on our YouTube channel and raise awareness. Nope, we're not going to do that. God, they're useless. Hashtag useless was designed for this channel.
On Web Sleuths, it is just heartbreaking.
Shut up.
Several people that know, more than several, a lot of people that know them,
knew
them, were posting on Web Sleuths and telling us about them, just
up.
how wonderful they were.
Shut up. Oh, they were on there just telling us how wonderful they were. No, dude, their friends and family were waiting for them to be found. You're lying. You're trying to make Web Sleuths sound enticing. You're trying to make it sound like the fucking family was there. They weren't. They weren't. I live here, lady. Them people were looking for their loved ones in the water. They weren't on your fucking website talking about how wonderful they are. Stop it.
I wouldn't let you sleep in my room if you were growing on my ass.
And I love that. I love that they came to Web Sleuths to tell us about these two incredibly.
You better knock it off, Trisha. They are not an advertisement for your fucking Web Sleuths failure. She is, dude, this is grifting. No, this is sick, dude. This is sick.
No, I love that. I love that they.
I love that. I love that they came to Web Sleuths. I just love they came to Web Sleuths. No, you don't. They weren't there. She's just trying to promote her fucking website using victims. It's painfully obvious. Stop it. These victims are not your billboard.
They came to Web Sleuths to tell us about these two incredibly talented and smart young people that were cruelly taken from us.
Yeah.
Okay, and another big story that's on the front page of Web Sleuths is what happened last night at the correspondence.
Oh, and another big story. On to the next one.
Dinner.
Oh, God.
Pretty terrifying. There was a guy that targeted.
Here we go. We're going to probably have more misinformation. We're watching Lamb Chop. We're going to hear about the shooting at the Hinckley Hilton last night.
President Trump, and he charged the door to get into the dinner. Now they caught him, and he has been arrested, and nobody was killed, thank goodness. But let me read you the latest from CNN.
More data.
White
more
House
data.
says suspect in correspondence dinner shooting wanted to target Trump officials. Okay, let's see here.
Okay, let's see here.
What we know. Where is the rest of it?
Let's look it up.
Where the hell is it?
Dude, at least pretend that you're an executive producer, Stacy. I am back here like, smoke them if you got them tonight. Holy crap, holy. Ugh. Let me look it up. What do we know? Are you kidding? Like, if this doesn't tell you she's a shill and she's there because she's up to her eyeballs in the grift, I don't know what does. Because she doesn't even pretend to be a producer. She doesn't even pretend to be. And we have these people that sit there and act like that's normal.
People like Stephanie Ferraro and Patricia Dietrich and Moonlight View and Truth Be Told. All of you in this chat. What are you doing? This lady never shows you her face. She says she's an executive producer, and they never have anything ready. Nothing. They never know anything. They never have anything right. It's just painfully obvious. I agree. What the fuck was that shit? What was that?
Okay, it just gives a couple of paragraphs here. Writings under review. Investigations are combing through a message sent by the man accused of charging through a security checkpoint and opening fire at the press gala in Washington, D.C.
So I'm going to read an article, and then I'm going to talk about it, and I don't retain anything I read out loud.
Now, when I saw a picture of him on the stairways, he was naked. It's like, what the hell? Did he show up naked? No. I guess that's what they do now, is when they suspect, automatically they think terrorist, as they should. And the first thing they do is strip them to make sure they don't have a bomb. So
first thing we hear about is he's naked.
We have a really good discussion going on about that on Web
you do?
Sleuths.
A really good discussion about that on Web Sleuths. Well, read it to us. Read us some of the comments. Read us some of the comments. Oh, that's right. Because there is none. They probably don't exist.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Yeah, this is the OG of true crime, Crazy Marine Mom. Are you kidding? Yeah, we had the 411 last night. Dude, I was up literally till 4 a.m. watching Dad's Gone Live. I could not go to sleep. I ordered McDonald's, shamefully, at 2 a.m. The Godmother? Right?
Let me get that for you right now.
Let me get you that link over to Web Sleuths. Go ahead.
If you go to websleuths.com, both of these stories are on the
$5
front
a month.
page. So it's really good. In fact, I want to tell you one thing here before I post this link.
Oh, sneaky.
I can find it.
What'd you do to get blocked?
Let me get this here.
What are these noises we're hearing? Are you nasty?
Don't be nasty sometimes.
Thank you, Patrice.
Have you ever heard of, I think it's pronounced not Oz, but Oz Perlman. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
He's a mentalist. This guy, he does.
They're no longer live because the chat. Oh yeah, they're no longer live, so we can finish this one out.
He says he doesn't read minds, but I don't believe him. He reads minds. I've never seen this guy. I've never seen anything like it. Let me tell you this story about this guy. Now, he was the entertainment there that night. And I think it's pronounced like ooze. It's not pronounced Oz, O-Z. It's.
She's talking about the mentalist. Remember we heard about the mentalist? I know. I'm going to replay the interview room. It's still early. It's only 10:05. We'll go for another 25 minutes. Ooze. It's the mentalist ooze.
Ooze Perlman. It's pronounced like ooze. It's not pronounced Oz, O-Z. It's Ooze Perlman. And you know who Valerie Harper was, Rhoda?
Yep.
Before she died,
Rhoda. We're going back to 1962, people.
He gave a word to Howard Stern. And Howard didn't tell anybody. And the idea was when she died, Howard would go to like a psychic or somebody to see if they were really talking with the dead. And if they could tell them the name, or not the name, but the word, then there really was an afterlife. That was the idea, right? Well, is it? Oh, maybe it's O's is how it's pronounced. Oh, well, is it? Oh, maybe it's O's is how it's pronounced. O's Perlman comes on Howard Stern, and he just starts asking him simple questions. And pretty soon, just shortly after that, he goes, Curly. What? Howard Stern says, what? That was the word, curly.
What the fuck is she talking about, you guys? We're talking about ooze, Rhoda. Now we're talking about, like, last night, the thing at the Hilton. Like, what the fuck?
And the way that he does it from what I've read. It has to do with micro movements
We're
of
not
the face.
mean.
Okay, they train CIA guys to do this. There, you say something, and there'll be a micro.
Yeah, that's what I'm trained to do, Trisha. I'm trained to watch your micro movements.
Movement that nobody else will notice but you, and that gives you a clue, and then you keep
and then you just keep watching and watching, and then you pick up more and more and more,
talking and asking questions, and watch the micro movements, and that's how you get to the truth. But that's what he does. It's amazing. In fact, let me see if I can get this one YouTube video.
Winky, she for sure does talk about herself more than anything.
To show you, it is amazing what he does. It really is. It's incredible.
Dude, instead of talking about what happened last night, she's talking about the mentalist and what he does. That's incredible. What is going on?
Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to the Nazis?
What the hell? This is what she's reporting on after what happened last night.
I can't. You know what? It bothers me to watch it because he's so good, and it just freaks me out.
Oh, you should. I can give you some great examples of these mentalists, things they do, and they show you how they do them. They're pretty cool.
Oh, see, that's it. I want to know how they do it.
Yeah, because it's not really them reading your mind.
No, they're not. Exactly. They're not. They're watching your little itty micro movements. Here's a 5-minute video from ESPN.
Southern-ish, we're all lost.
And mentalist, God, I wish I could remember how they pronounce it. It's either ooze or o's.
Oh my God.
Perlman reads Josh Allen's mind. So I'm going to show this to you because it is pretty amazing. This is only about 5 minutes long.
Oh my God, she's actually going to play a clip of a mentalist.
Yeah, I want you guys to look him up if you haven't seen him because it really is entertaining. Okay, here we go.
Where are my fathers? Anybody? Who's got children in this room? What's your name? Ed? I want to catch that football.
What is happening right now?
I want you to take that football right now in your hands, and I want you to squeeze it hard, all your muscles, and I want you to feel in your heart, feel in your body what that football and what that game of football represents to you.
I think I need to roll one. What is going on here?
Family, what's giving you? Can you feel? I want to squeeze it. Can you feel that? All right, come on up. Let's hear it for Ed, everybody. Bless you. We got a football. Let's go. Here's what you do. Imagine your child's having their birthday. Right when you do that, they're about to blow out that candle on their birthday cake, and right when they do that, they're about to make a wish. Can you imagine this happening right now? Everyone, here's what I want you to come close to the pond. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. I want you to see this. Open your eyes. Now.
What's going on here?
To go to Disneyland?
Crazy, right?
What happened?
You imagined it, right? Look at me, Ed. Ed, I got some right here. You imagined that they wanted to go to Disney World, right? And what do you imagine? Them blowing out the candle on their cake. You squeeze that football, right?
Oh. It's like Mickey Mouse.
I have no idea what is going on.
I tell you, I did not say a word. I want to see your eyes.
What is happening?
I thought it was going too far. Ball back. Say it. Josh, say it as you throw him the ball. Open your eyes. Say it as you throw it to him.
Gregory Rousseau.
2 for 2. 2 for 2.
What?
Third time. You know what?
Dude, look at Trisha. Look at her. Hold on. Can you guys even see her? She is like 150% in this. Psychedelics, baby. Psychedelics.
Buffalo Bills. I'm not even writing it down the third time. I already know in my head. Say it. Say it. Who are you throwing to right now? Say it. Throw it to him.
Connor McGovern.
Throw it to him. I knew he would do that. Ring.
I am, yes.
Would your wife know your ATM PIN code?
No.
0. Look this way. Think of the first number 8.
My God, what is she playing all this
I told you I know
for?
exactly who to throw it to. So.
Oh my. Lexi.
I just, that is so amazing to me. That is so amazing.
What the fuck? Was that just filler or?
Well,
So,
I
yeah.
just grabbed one to send to you that's way better.
Oh my God,
On America's
no.
Got Talent, there's this one guy. It's
No more.
freaking amazing.
Did you send it?
Not right now, but I'll send it after. I went and saved
Oh,
it.
I want to say, I mean, is it too long to play?
Clip it? No, I think she is playing a clip.
Yeah, that would be because there's a 2-parter that makes it more special.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get dinged if we play.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, the executive producer will get dinged.
Okay.
Yeah.
We want micro money.
Stephanie Farrow, I heard a lot about Wolf Blitzer, a bunch of jokes being made about him. I couldn't figure out why. Is that why? Wolf Blitzer was in the middle of the was in the middle of the shooting coming.
Who was making jokes about Wolf Blitzer? He was literally a witness to the shooting. Did anybody here see any jokes about Wolf Blitzer? What up, Kels? Enjoy your time sitting down. Listen, who would make jokes about Wolf Blitzer? We played the interview with him twice, his account of what happened last night. Have you seen any jokes about Wolf Blitzer on X or anywhere? I'm just wondering if I missed something. She's like, oh, there's all these jokes about Wolf Blitzer, and I don't know why. Because of his shoe?
Stephanie Farrow, I heard a lot about Wolf Blitzer, a bunch of jokes being made about him. I couldn't figure out why. Is that why? Wolf Blitzer was in the middle of the was in the middle of the shooting coming out of the men's room. I bet he had to change his underwear.
Oh my God. Lady.
Was in the middle of the was in the middle of the shooting coming out of the men's room. I bet he had to change his underwear.
Wolf Blitzer he's an old time reporter. Of course she would go there. She has 2 dogs, Winky.
Was in the middle of the was in the middle of the shooting coming out of the men's room. I bet he had to change his underwear. So he walked right into it. Is that what happened? Yeah. And apparently there were no metal detectors. And he just came charged.
No. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. He lost his shoe and he had to go back for his shoe. Whatever. He got his shoe back. He was scared. There were metal detectors outside the ballroom. All of this is mis and disinformation. Yeah, one dog humps the other and she doesn't stop it. Then they might move to her arm.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
Is that what happened? Yeah. And apparently there were no metal detectors. And he just came charging up and just started opening fire. That is frightening.
Oh,
yeah?
did you hear about his manifesto?
No, what did it say?
Oh, well, he had
She hasn't heard
authorities had
anything.
been warned beforehand from his siblings. I didn't read the manifesto, but they have it. And like I said, his siblings had concerns and did call the police.
Really?
Shut up,
Reported about it.
Stacy.
Yeah, so there's a whole big thing there. Yeah.
Shut up, Stacy.
So they were aware of him. So why?
No, they were aware that he was involved with a group. See, these women know nothing. They know nothing.
The proof is in the pudding, if you will.
They were aware of him being involved in a group and knew that he was going to do something, but they didn't know what.
They be on just high alert, suspect manifesto.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I guess it's been problems for a while with him. And
yeah, she got over that, didn't she, Elaine?
White
she
House
almost couldn't hit the live button, you guys. She was so upset about Beth B and this obituary. She almost couldn't hit the live. You wouldn't even know. You hide it so well, Trisha.
House correspondents shooting suspect plan to target Trump officials manifesto reveals.
Yeah.
The suspect in the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting told law enforcement his arrest Saturday night that he intended to target Trump administration officials. Senior federal law enforcement sources confirmed to Fox News. Authorities identified the suspect as 31-year-old Cole Allen. He's an anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric. He has a lot of anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric. So, yeah. They say he allegedly rushed a Secret Service checkpoint at the Hilton. He struck a Secret Service officer, but he's okay. Didn't say anything. Let's see. Okay, here it is. The White House said Sunday that Allen's brother contacted the New London Police Department in Connecticut prior to the shooting, reporting that Allen had sent family members an alleged manifesto outlining his intention to target administration officials. Officials also said Allen's social media included anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric. President Trump, speaking on Fox News, said the Sunday briefing described Allen as a very troubled guy. So,
no,
Allen's
that's
sister,
not what he said. He said he was a fucking whack job. That's what he said. But now, do you notice where this narrative's going? Listen.
Christian rhetoric. President Officials also said Allen's social media included anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric.
Anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric. Blah, blah, blah. So now we're going to be looking at everyone who doesn't like Trump. Ugh. Welcome back, LIZ.
President Trump, speaking on Fox News, said the Sunday briefing described Allen as a very troubled guy. So, Allen's sister told investigators in Rockville, Maryland, that her brother had made increasingly radical statements and often spoke about doing something to address issues in the world. She said he had purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun, which he stored at their parents' home without their knowledge, and that he regularly trained at a shooting range. She also told authorities that Allen was affiliated with a group called the Wide Awakes, and had attended a No Kings protest in California. So, yeah, he did not like Trump at all. Is this it happening?
I saw that guy that just kept eating. I was like,
Hold on
total
just a second.
mood.
Let's get rid of these ads and I'll play it. But that would be so scary.
Oh, so
I can't even
scary.
imagine. You know?
Oh, yeah.
That would just be. But again, if you have somebody making that type of direct threat, why in the world wouldn't you have metal detectors and just be uber on high alert, you know? Good Lord.
Oh.
I don't know. Anyway.
Good night, Auntie Cheryl.
hold
Have a
on,
good
here it is.
night.
Let me play this for you. This is, I believe, the shooting. The footage is really grainy and hard to see. So.
Oh, come on, Trisha. Here we go. We got some content, guys.
Nobody checked it twice.
Let's see what she says. Let's see what she says about this. She's so
There he goes.
stupid.
Look, he just ran right through him.
Shall I post it as soon as he passed the match?
Wow. Just ran right through him.
Lam Arden says there were metal detectors.
Yeah, there were.
I know that he was at one of the security checkpoints.
Listen, no, he wasn't at a security. Just shut up, Stacy. They had a security checkpoint with metal detectors, but it was outside of the ballroom. They had no security walking in and out of the lobby. Like, they were all standing there, but there was no security. Like, all they had to do was flash their freaking ticket or whatever to get through.
So I think he was at a point he couldn't get any farther and had to do it there. I don't know.
Yeah, that could be where the metal.
Plus, he had a room at the hotel, so.
Yeah, that's maybe where the metal detectors started.
Yeah, medical
was how they
detectors.
stopped him.
Yeah.
So
That's what you
wow.
need, a medical detector.
That's crazy. You know, it looked like they kind of parted ways when he ran past him. But I guess, you know, you don't think, oh, he's got a gun, he's going to run in there and start shooting, you know.
Okay,
so
Trisha.
you have a split second to think. But
Right.
anyway, okay, I think that's it, everybody. Yeah, he was hauling butt, Wendy Wobbles. I'll say he was. But check out websluice.com, the front page.
Check out WebSluice. Everything we talked about, you can find on WebSluice. No one wants to go there. No one wants to go to that old decrepit message board.
You can get the 2 stories, the White House Correspondents' Dinner and the story about the 2 students murdered and their roommate arrested. So I'm going to put this in chat right now.
I think Stacy's like 50 or something.
And let me just tell you, if you do happen to come, I learned a little bit more looking at my phone when I went to get my coffee. If you do come across an obituary from
Oh my
Betsy,
God.
that's not her name. It was Janet Wolford.
Oh, so you went to go get coffee. Who'd you call? Oh, she was looking at the obituary. Why don't you show us, Trisha? Listen to that again.
Happened to come, I learned a little bit more looking at my phone when I went to get my coffee. If you do come across an obituary from Beth B, that's not her name. It was Janet Wolford. If you do come across that.
Beth B. You think the obituary was written Beth B? What are you talking about? What is she? Yes, she does. California. Yep. What the fuck?
More looking at my phone when I went to get my coffee.
I learned a little bit more when I went to get my coffee. Looking at my phone. And now she wants people to think that the obituary is Beth B. What?
If you do come across an obituary from Beth B, that's not her name. It was Janet Wolford. If you do come across that in your travels, that is not what she wanted. That is exactly what she did not want. Somebody put it up that didn't know her, made it up got information off of, Ancestry or one of those places and put it together. She did not want an obituary. Those were her expressed wishes. I know. I was with her all the time. And so for them to do that is not only just obnoxious, but it's weird. It's weird that somebody thought they had the right to put up an obituary in some random memorial site about a woman they didn't know. And if they knew her, they would know that's not what she wanted.
She
So
is.
it's just disgusting.
Oh yeah, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. My friend was targeted. Rah, rah, rah. You know what people are telling you to do, Trisha?
Fuck directly off.
That's what people in chat are saying. But you can put her last moments and talk about her personal moments at the end of death. Okay. Ancestry and Athram.
If you come across it, please don't give it any air. Don't say anything. Don't go in their chats. Don't go anywhere, because I did find out that yes, it is on YouTube somewhere. So
don't go in their chat.
Please don't give it any attention.
Oh,
okay?
You know what?
And
hold on.
Again, I normally
hold on. That violates YouTube terms of service. Just FYI, Trisha.
Because I did find out that
Listen.
Yeah, it's just disgusting. If you come across it, please don't give it any air. Don't say anything. Don't go in their chats. Don't go anywhere, because I did find out that yes, it is on YouTube somewhere.
Don't go in any of their chats. I found out it's on YouTube somewhere. Don't go anywhere. Fuck you. Who are you to tell people not to go anywhere?
So please don't give it any attention. Okay.
Roberta.
And again, I normally don't. So I just found out about this right before I came on. A friend called and he told me, and
we know.
I didn't know where he got it. He just got it from some memorial site, and then found out that it is on YouTube somewhere. So
it's on YouTube somewhere? Here?
Just please don't pay any attention.
Hey, screw you.
And especially don't isn't that, would you ever do that? Would you ever put up an obituary about someone you didn't know?
Well, no, it's morbid and disrespectful to the family.
You're morbid and disrespectful to her family.
And her friends. So
absolutely. And it says things
not without their permission.
Who are you, Stacy?
And her friends. So
absolutely. And it says things
not without their permission.
Yeah.
I would get their permission, talk to them first. Kind of like we feel people should have done in a certain case with a memorial site, that they should have talked to the family before they were making plans for one.
Memorial site? What is she talking about?
Exactly. Well, the problem is she didn't have any family.
With a memorial site to them first. Kind of like we feel people should have done in a certain case with a memorial site. That they should have talked to the family before they were making plans for one,
What is she talking about there? A memorial site in a case?
Exactly. Well, the problem is she didn't have any family. I was it, and
Dream Feed Media shared it. Okay, she's not talking about me. She said Dream Feed Media. Flannel said that Dream Feed Media posted it on YouTube. So maybe that's what they're talking about?
Her neighbors and myself, we were the people that were closest to her. Yeah, we were her family, exactly. So that's what she called us.
She called you her daughter.
Yeah, she did. And
yeah,
the people that were closest to her. Yeah, we were her family, exactly. So that's what she called us.
She called you her daughter.
Yeah, she did. And
yeah,
I don't know. It's so weird to me. It's like what a weirdo freak to do something like that. Whoever did it, I don't even know who did it. It's like what a weirdo freak to do something like that. Whoever did it, I don't even know who did it. I don't know who.
It's not that big of a deal. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? Okay, this is weird. Why is she so worried about this? I'm going to share the link with you guys in chat yet again. So you can go and honor Beth B, a.k.a. Janet. Here it is. Larry, Trish, and Stacy won't like this, but hey.
Who did it? So, Jesse.
She didn't have a daughter.
Crazy Marine. She didn't have any kids. She was never married.
Jesse Weldon says, I've heard of people doing it while people were still alive. Oh my God, that's even
Messed up.
worse. That's
Yeah.
really sick. So
Ugh,
anyway,
that's so bad.
yeah, it's really bad. So I just, like I said, I just found out about this tonight, found out some more information while the show was going. So thank you everybody for your kind words. And again, just don't give it any air. Don't comment on it. Just let it go. So, but we're going to be back here tomorrow, right?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I want to say thank you to my wonderful moderators, Moonlight View, Lynn Gen 2, Leisha Gallegos. Let's see, that would be also Detective's daughter and Four Sons' mom. And
oh, they're talking about the Daybell property being turned into a park.
Love and Coco. Ladies, thank you so much. And Stacy, thank you.
Hasn't Kresha been talking about that lately? God, we started out with Megan's big bushes and we're ending with Trisha's big griftas.
So check out websleuths.com, the very best true crime discussion forum in the universe. And we'll see you tomorrow night, 10:30 Eastern on Web Sleuths YouTube Live. We'll see you then, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
These two are a piece of work. They just keep exploiting this woman over and over and over. If she thought of her as a daughter, how come she didn't leave Trisha anything? Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, we're not going to don't give it any air. Don't watch it. Don't look for it. Don't do this. Don't that. Then she throws out Janet's name. It's like, what? She is totally unhinged. Everything in there was public knowledge, and it shed Beth B in a very nice light. Yeah, but what is this? I mean, what is this very unhealthy, like, attachment that she has? Can we talk about that for a minute? This is like a very unhealthy attachment. And you would only have that unhealthy attachment. And I don't know if Jules is still here, but hopefully you are. And you can chime in the chat. But you would only have like this unhealthy attachment to someone like this if A, you're trying to like hide something that you don't want to come out because you don't want people to know too much about this person. B? I can't think of a B. What would this unhealthy attachment be for? I mean, I guess I could maybe give her the benefit of the doubt, like a motherly attachment, but I'm not seeing any love. So I can't go with that route. So I need you guys to help me out here. I need you guys to help me talk this through. Because I really can't think of any other way that you would just keep bringing up your deceased friend. Be me. It's just got to be something sinister. It's just not something that can ever be positive. Money. Attached to the money. She wanted her money. She wanted her things. She's worried her grift is going to come to light. Yeah, I don't think she really cares. I mean, all she talks about is how generous she was. Narrative control and image management. That's part of it, I'm sure. She's, territorial. But there would be nothing positive that would come from that behavior, right? Oh, Melissa's secret lover. Okay. Christina says money. Could it have been a different kind of relationship? I don't know if that would be true because they're like, oh, she called her your daughter. So I don't think it would be that. So it's got to be literally attached to what her things were, what Beth B had. She did say that's when I fell in love with Beth B. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I just take a step back and I think, okay, why would this woman be behaving like this? And then when you really think about it, like you narrow it down and it's really quite, simple. Once Trisha finds her next marked target, she won't mention Beth B anymore. She'll be singing the praises of her next victim. They do. They move on. What's up, Liz? You don't believe the daughter thing? I think she wanted that. I think that she probably referred to herself as her daughter. You know what I'm saying? Because, dude, if Beth B felt that way, her will would not have read to all go to the animals. Trisha's extremely materialistic. I don't know if it's that or if she's just always been taken care of. She never really had like a longevity in a job. It's Beth B as her thing, her gold as an object. Patrice, Beth B is a friend of Trisha's that passed away, and then Trisha contested her will because Trisha was convinced that Beth B was going to leave her a car and all this stuff. So Beth B is Janet. Janet is Beth B. You guys think that jewelry is Beth B's? I think a lot of that stuff is Beth B's. And yeah, if they were a couple, wouldn't she have given her power of attorney? Right. And Daphne had medical power of attorney too. Oh, no relation at all. So how they met was based on money. So Trisha, I'll give you the brief rundown. So Trisha met Beth B. When Beth B, I always start cleaning my desk when I tell stories. Beth B was a member of Web Sleuths, and Trisha met Beth B on Web Sleuths, and Trisha was having money problems because she was being sued, and Beth B funded Trisha's lawyer and paid the settlement, which included whatever she had to pay to sue Pruitt, in addition to Sue Pruitt's lawyer. Beth B bailed her out of everything. Then, when Trisha's cabin in Utah, when the roof caved in, she had nowhere to live. Beth B moved her. Yeah, Patrice. Beth B moved her from Utah to Dallas and had been paying her rent as far as we know. And God knows what else. So then Trisha had access to all her accounts. This is her words, her admission. She said she had access to all of Beth B's accounts, her logins, her passwords. What else? Then she took us on a field trip over to Beth B's house, which she got locked out of. And she told us all about all the new computers, everything that Beth B bought for them, how she helped Web Sleuths. Web Sleuths wouldn't have stayed afloat if it wasn't for Beth B. I mean, this lady, so she thinks she's entitled to her assets. Yep. So she filed in court trying to contest the will. And that was when it all became public. And then we got the documents and it's all gone downhill from there. She's now lying, saying that she canceled. That's her word, not mine. The whole thing that she filed, she said she canceled it. She lied. Nothing has been canceled. I haven't looked in a little bit, but the last time I looked, nothing was withdrawn. Trying to think. I mean, she basically told on herself. Oh my God, I love that. I want that. I want that shirt. I'm not cute enough to wear a shirt like that. I'm too old. That would be cute on someone young, though.
I really think there's some kind of theft involved. I think that she was maybe using. Oh, Quinn just checked. No withdrawal filed. I think she could have been opening accounts or using credit cards or doing things that she doesn't want to come to light or something. Thanks, Shortcake. Oh, thank you, Liz. Oh, that was so generous. Look at
We're going to account the money.
We're going to account the money. Liz, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So sweet of you. I think Discovery would have been uncovered. Oh, yeah. Thank you again, Liz. That's so sweet. The L-I-Z. We're going to have an L-I-Z voicemail call in one night. I'm just going to play them all. And there is a signed beneficiary agreement application for Daphne. Right. She could have been using credit cards. She could have been opening accounts. Elaine thinks that Trisha was more enthralled with Beth B than Beth B with her. I think that Beth B was a smart cookie. She probably saw right through it, I would think.
And then she sent out cease and desist letters to.
Liz is the bomb. What were the grounds for contesting? Because they were her friends? No, she had a verbal agreement. She said that verbally Beth B told her exactly who was getting what. That her friend Carl the kidney was getting this. Kyle the kidney was getting something. She would have never not given him anything. She would have never not given, Ping anything or Stacy anything. It just can't be true. She has no proof, no evidence. It's her word versus Beth B's will. Patrice, it's bad. It's like really bad. Like sitting out here, summing it up, it sounds horrible. Like that's the results of all these reviews. Jolene's done a wonderful job. Jolene Lunzer. If you're not subbed up to Jolene, check her out. She's the one that actually uncovered this. Yeah, she's that menacing little voicemail lady. I wondered if her move was supposed to be temporary and she never left. Colette, you have some really good instincts. I don't know if Ping's a good person or not, Colleen, to be honest. He got free shit from Beth B too. They just magically showed up in Australia. He had no idea. He had no clue. They just showed up in Australia. So the chat room people are contesting the will while her financial manager is handling it. What do you mean chat room people? Does Beth B own the house Trisha lives in now? I don't know. La mower, la count, la money, la mower. Yes, I did.
We're going to account the money.
I could see her being a leech. Thank you, Kels, for sharing Jolene's link. I could definitely see her like getting there and having every excuse in the book why she can't get on her own. And then guilting this woman. And then, leeching onto this woman. No, I think it's more complicated than that. She was her money manager. She was her power of attorney for medical. And it was a simple will. All of her money was supposed to go to an animal shelter. It wasn't that deep. Trisha's the one that made it deep. Trisha wanted control and she wanted her car. She was mad that Beth B gave her car to her housekeeper. Hey, Llama. There's like so much. Someone will have to evict Trisha. You're probably right, Evelyn. Evelyn, how's that baby doing? Listen, I have exciting news. We're going to do an outdoor nighttime live
because I am so excited. I worked really hard on my patio. I have like my own little oasis out there, and I want to do like a nighttime stream, just chit chat live. I'm really excited. He's beautiful. I bet he is. Yeah, the Hollywood ending, right? The Hollywood ending that ends with the animals. Yes, an oasis. I love it. I'm so excited. Emilio, there was a freaking frog on the wall the other night. And it was so wild because there was a lizard and there was a frog and they had a standoff. And then the lizard ended up getting up and away from it and like squeezing in this little spot and went away. But I don't like frogs. They just stick there. But yeah, it looks so nice, and it's just such a nice, cozy, comfy place to relax, and I just love sitting out there. So when do I have time to do patio work? My husband helps a lot. He really does. Like I can't take credit for all of it. I started the project like 3 years ago, and now he's helped finish it. But I love being out there, and I think it'll just be fun, like a different change of scenery too. Thank you, Emilio. It's good to see you here. Dr. John and Stacy. Yeah, the lizard and the frog. I was saying, you're so funny. Trisha was telling the narrative of Daphne stealing all the money and saying that Trisha was the beneficiary. In reality, Daphne was legally in charge. Yeah, she painted a whole narrative. I like frogs eating the bugs, but I don't want to see them. Yeah, less formal. Just show a different, just different side of me, I guess. I mean, it's not that spectacular. Don't be expecting like the Hilton patio or some shit. It's just me. Just little old me here in Florida doing my thing. I think Trisha is a grifter and played on that lady's monies and emotions. I think that lady had her number though. The worst thing that it would be is to hear that Beth B was snowed. And apparently she didn't change her will, so she's not. She wasn't. That's the only justification in this. You know what I mean? Nope, no fountain blue, no top floor of the fountain blue. What's that place called? The pink, the poodle? What is it called? Oh, and Stacy's mad because she didn't get hers. Don't backpedal. Stacy's pissed because they were all waiting for their little piece of the pie. Oh, that would be fun. Maybe consider doing a little call. That would be fun. Good idea, Felicia. The poodle room. I'm getting the pink pony and the pink poodle and the pony room and the pink pony room. Oh, we had Brandon. Did he really? Can we talk about that? Did he really dance on the tables? No, I have not. Lobsters, is it nice? He didn't. I had a feeling that he did. Is that bad? I'm not judging. I don't care if he was. I would say dance away. I mean, the pink pony, do it. Do it, Brandon. I'd love to see it. Can't be any worse than Cash Patel. His videos. Trisha needed Beth B, but Beth B did not need Trisha. Amen. Right. Hell yeah, I say let loose. The pink pony. Brandon was having some innocent fun. I don't know what he was doing there. I don't care. I don't care. He can do what he wants. He's a grown man. There was like a story that Brandon Boudreaux, didn't Lori try to convince Melanie he was gay and she wanted her to divorce him? So she's like convincing, oh, he's gay and he was dancing on the tables at the Pink Pony. Elaine, did you catch where Trisha said that Kyle the kidney was her friend, and that's part of the reason she moved to Texas to take care of him when he got the transplant? I didn't hear her say Kyle the kidney, but I did catch that she said to care for a friend. Was it the person who got the kidney? So Trisha got Beth B to give a kidney to one of her friends. He was gay because he was wearing sunglasses. Oh, that's weird. I think Lori just wanted him out of the picture because she couldn't manipulate Melanie with him around. Right? Anyways, I said we were going to end at 10:30. It's 10:47. I kept you guys longer than I should. But thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I really enjoy this. It's really a break from all the heaviness, but I hope you'll join me tomorrow at noon. We're going to be doing the weekend update on J4J. I'll get the event up at some point. But I'll be live at noon. If it's not up tonight, don't fret. It'll be up. I'll be there at noon. So I hope you guys will be there too. We're going to go over all the latest Shazat in the true crime world. It's only 9:48 there. So I still have another 45 minutes. I didn't completely fail. Thank you guys. Thank you, Cooters. Keys, good to see you. All right, guys, I'm out. I'll see you guys at noon tomorrow. You guys have a great night. Lock your doors, stay safe, and don't let any Trishas infiltrate your worlds. Good night, guys. I love you guys. Thank you. Oh, the Cooter DeVille.
A Cooter DeVille. I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille. I saw the dreadlocks over the hill. Not against her will. I got time to kill way down in Cootersville. Okay.
Good night, everybody. My credits didn't work. Hit the like button on the way out. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe for more. And subscribe to J for Justice if you're not already subscribed. Good night, everybody.